What up? Y'all know what time it is? It's Talk Shit Tuesday. What up, everybody? Big shout out to everybody out there in the Shark Tank. Big shout out to all my people on the back street. Guess what, fellas? I'm trying something new today. You know, trying to do like what everybody else be doing. Hopefully, if y'all can hear me, I need to see if I can get some thumbs up or something. This is something new. Cause I'm trying to get some participation in here. You know what I'm saying? We need some participation. Don't worry about it, fellas. Itchy. Don't get discouraged, Itchy. I'm going to be working on that later. I'm just familiarizing myself with the setup. Yeah, I'll be running the background and everything the way it's supposed to be done. So I got you, Itchy. I got you. Man, he liked the other startup better. Well, it's going to be something to a new change. But here, the purpose of doing this, fellas, because I want some participation. I want some of you guys to call in, to hit that link. I want y'all to come up in here, and I want to have one of these serious discussions. I get around and I see everybody, and people be dropping in, and you get different people's views. And it's kind of like we're not giving you guys the opportunity to get your views across, because that's what leads to some of these good conversations. Because I know other people, some of my dog peeps out there, y'all know what I'm talking about. Y'all have input. Some of you guys just sit back and do the typing, and have good points. But then I want to be able to have the opportunity to address some of the things that other people have to say. I'm always wondering why people don't call in. Well, I think this is the easiest way for us to open up the voices so other people can have a voice without having the troubles and can't hear or the thing going all crazy and everything. So we're going to try this out. We're going to rock with this. Now, tonight's show basically is the dog man, and the purpose. We're always talking about that box, the pit, and why it was so important to the greatness and the popularity of the American Pit Bull Terrier. That's from the past to the present and going into the future. The thing is, we know how things are for now, you know, and that's totally understandable. But the thing that matters most for us is the past part and the men of the past, the dogs of the past. And how do you move everything from the 18th century into the 21st century and be able to maintain that quality of an animal? Now, we'd always talk a lot about the breeding programs and how you deal with the breeding programs. If you notice, a lot of the pedigrees, the more we pulling up, you notice they all have a formula. So we got that formula part. But watch what other people do. I mean, we've pulled up enough pedigrees in the last show when he was going through those match reports where the pedigrees is right there. And if you watch the last two shows that he has done that, every one of those dogs had great pedigrees. The thing that I'm trying to get you guys to help me get into this is, okay, if we're not going to be working off of anything going into the future, let's just stick to the past part of this, because one thing you'll notice, the breeding program and the quality of the dogs was always going to be based off of what the box showed you. That's the purpose of the book, to show you these people who made these breedings, who took their dogs and climbed over that wall and had this type of success. And something that they all had in common, they were great bred dogs. And to us, that's the part of the future, the part of the past we try to get you to understand, because in order to understand the future, let's talk about the past. Let's actually talk about the bully sons, you know, the dogs that have so much influence on it. And and the reason I say bully son, because his bully son, he's a dog that quit. Okay, but all right, he didn't get kicked to the pasture, but I believe all the breeding was done before he quit. Snooty, with 2 losses, still came back as a great producer. See here, I got my man up in the house. Let me see if I can get him in the room. That's it. That's Win-Mune. I'm gonna add you to the stage. Win-Mune, what up, bro?
Sir, yes,
See if
sir.
I can hear you. All
Sir,
right, I
yes,
can hear
sir.
you. Appreciate
Uh,
appreciate you showing up. You already know, man. I'm. This is something new, man. I'm glad you popped up, because you always have a good conversation. You see what I'm saying, fam?
you always you've evolved just like you're about to talk about tonight. So I'm here for the conversation. I'm always here for the history. You know, you guys know what you're doing. So I'm always right here. I'm kicking back though. I just want to be on. Whatever I can do. Because it says something about the box. So every every uh every competition has a stadium or a stage that is performed where you get it on at, and you guys of all people know that the box is the showcase arena for the dog. So, but go ahead. I'm gonna mute up.
Okay. Well, appreciate that, Win-Mune. Like, the reason I'm talking about the box, because we're all, the last couple of weeks it's been, kind of crazy, and I think it's important that, first of all, we got to address the box situation, because again, these dogs were built for the purpose, and can only talk about that purpose because we don't have enough information to talk about what's going on in the future. So we don't step on that. But we can talk about these dogs, like the Maydays, the Bully Sons, the Red Boys, the Chacos. Okay, listen, gentlemen, these dogs have a history, but when I hear you talking about them in the now, that means those dogs have a lineage of legacy that has been able to creep down through decades and decades. Now, understanding that, I think the last show, well, I'm going to say last Tuesday, Mo did a show and he was bringing up the match reports. And if you notice, there was a kennel in there called PNS. Which were they? PNH Kennels. And I think in the pedigrees that the match reports he showed, they were going into stiff competition, and I think he showed 4 or 5 matches that they were in, and you never seen them win, not one. But they were there, and they were going into stiff competition. The reason I bring that up, because there were a lot of kennels that were like that. But if you actually had the journals and you were just sitting there looking, well, who does PNH to keep losing? You're going to look in there and you're going to see them at some point win. See, that was the thing about the journal. A lot of people, they talk a whole lot about their wins, but very seldom did you ever hear people talking about their losses. The one thing about the journal was one of the things that actually put everybody's you know, business on display. If you took a loss, your loss was going to be there. Just like your wins, your losses was going to be there. Now, who did you lose to? You might have lost to a no name. Remember, he showed a couple of them first time outers going into champions, beating champions. These kind of things, they really do happen. But what does that do for the legacy of the Dogman? Well, we wouldn't be talking about Tant. We wouldn't be talking about Crenshaw. We wouldn't be talking about Pat Bill. You wouldn't be talking about Victor if it don't be for their dogs. And if their dogs wasn't worthy of talking about, we wouldn't be talking about them. So the Mau Maus, the Mr. T's, the McNasties, the Big Thickets, these are guys that had great dogs, great kennels, a whole lot of knowledge, but you never heard one interview. I mean, like, not that I know of. I know McNasty did, got some, had an interview, him and Mr. T, but it wasn't like the Mayfield, where they're sitting up there, you can see them giving up an interview like that. See, but I knew these guys personally, knew what was in their minds, why they were doing some of the things and having some of them discussions and how they felt about a couple things. I mean, look at their records. Their records speak to who they are as people and Dogmen. And that's right there is what led me to just say, okay, maybe we need to open up the gates, because we can talk about the people that we know, but are we giving you guys a fair chance of getting in here, being able to speak on, like, Eli Monsters, him and Harry, they got a history. And I watched Eli down there typing away, and he never jumps up there and talk about Harry. So look how many other people who talk about their mentors in the chat, but never open up about those mentors. And what did that mentor actually do to help you to where you would look up and respect your mentor? What does he have to show for your success in your breeding program? These things is real important when you start talking about these dogs, because they're just going to be just another person. You know what I'm saying? And I want them to be more than just another person. Like, I think Windmune, he's one of those guys who mentors a lot of guys. Well, I know one that he definitely mentors, and I watch him. Been watching him for a while, so I really I respect his knowledge. But I don't never really hear him talk about his mentor, and he's been on the show a couple of times. So that's one of the things that I like to hear him talk about, because with his knowledge and what did you actually gain from your mentor that moved you forward to where you could pass that what you know forward to where people will understand, the past is a whole lot different than what the present looks like. But we can tell you about the past, because one thing the past is going to give us, it's going to give us results. And results is what matters. Results mattered in that box, and that results mattered in that breeding program. And to me, those were the two most important things in the American Pit Bull Terrier's history. They needed it. They needed it badly. Let me see here. Let me get to this chat right quick. Get my peoples on here. Let me see here. I'm trying to get up in here and give my shout outs right quick to my people in here before that list get too long. Where we at? Where's it at? Okay, here we go. Here we go. Let me turn this down a little bit here. Let me get my shout outs right quick. Big shout out to my man, Bloodthirst, #1, aka Happy 360. What up, fam? Big shout out to May Mori Nagayachi. What up, fam? I see ya. CTK. That's Constant Trauma Kennels showing the love. Yo, what up, fam? Big shout out to my main man, Heart and Fitness Kennels, representing in the Shark Tank. What up, fam? Yo, what up, Unleashed? I see you, fam. The 260 boys in the house. What up, fam? My man, Mr. Derek Lockett in the house. What up, fam? Yo, my man, Chico Nicholas in the house. What up, fam? Itchy. What up, fam? Big shout out to my man representing that bite down and shake that like button. The one and only Double M Tespo in the house. What up, fam? Yo, Oatman. What up, fam? My man Eli Monster. What up, fam? Pitwise Kennels representing. What up, fam? My man Peter Rashad. What up, fam? My man Dorian Sauls. What up, fam? The one and only longtime supporter, Mr. David Morris in the house. What up, fam? RBG Lone Wolf, I see you, fam. Yo, my man, Big Saul. What up, fam? Let me see here. Show enough. What up, fam? $517 SEK in the house. What up, fam? 614 Tree. What up, fam? LaShawn Bruce. What up, fam? Did I miss Mr. Kramer? Did I miss him? Let's see. Okay, I think that's pretty caught up with everybody. But yeah, look, I'm going to start off that first thing. DR, in order to be even talking about the box, fellas, where you would talk about, like, even consider the box as far as we were concerned. And I'm looking at this from the point of when did our way of thinking change? And then you watch down through history. Imagine Tudor and Leitner. I'm almost convinced that they formula changed, over the years, and over the years as they formula changed, their dogs and themselves got better. And that's one thing I don't think we spend enough time on, because I think, sometimes it's almost like we just walked in the game and we was just that, had that showing up that fire. But I'm pretty sure y'all have heard the stories enough. Yeah, the dogs was better than what we were, because we didn't know shit, and ran off to the box just like the average person would. Yeah, we got lucky because we had good dogs. But then when you step your game up and want to play in a different type of level, doing the same thing you was doing when we was in Carolina, because I don't think when we was in Carolina, I don't think we were in the big leagues. I know a couple people that we end up getting them wins against. They were what you guys would consider the fast lane guys, because the people who was actually had dogs around, they would, the first thing that they would come to their mind, they were thinking, hey, y'all going into them, y'all ain't ready to be going into them. But at that point in time, we still had Cheryl Powell and Solo, Bruiser, Blood. They had good matches in Carolina. But let me explain something to you, man. We were so dumbfounded on the goes in the conditioning program, Paul would just say, you got to do, you got to walk them. So you don't know in the process of walking them how far to walk. I mean, damn, the city wasn't but so big. So what you mean walk them? Then you had the Neuse River. Yet we could toss them in the river, get in a canoe, and try to get the wind out of them. Because what we were working on, based on our knowledge, is we're Marines. What if we condition the dogs the way they condition us? Okay, that was our mindset, gentlemen. At least we had somewhere some ideal of what conditioning was, simply because not just as um, high school wrestlers, I knew what it meant to have to make weight. I knew the damage that I caused myself by trying to make weight. You hear it in boxing a lot, trying to get down and can't get down, or you're down there pass out just to get down, and you got but so long to recover before the match begins. I mean, imagine that Dylan doing shit like that with a dog. I've seen many guys do it. Get right there at the scale, be a half a pound or a couple of ounces over. And it always felt like the damage that you're doing to a dog in such a short time period, trying to get something off, can be very detrimental to that dog's performance. Why can I say that? Because I had a situation when I wrestled that had a big impact. Cutting weight like that had a big impact on my conditioning and my performance. So,
could I add to that, OG, real quick?
Sure, you sure can, sir.
If most people don't know by now, they should. My inherited life grandfather is Mr. Garrett. So in Mississippi and Louisiana came together. It was two foreign families that came together, and it's just what it was. My one of my favorite uncles was Mr. Carl Mims, one of his good friends. I was there for Stepper. I was there for King Solomon. I was young, but when you're born into something, it's not important like it is to somebody who doesn't have a real mentor. Uh, some people might say a mentor is supposed to help you do things. Well, the man you are is going to help you do what you're supposed to do. The man, see, you can't mentor somebody in this game because it takes certain criteria to stay afloat, whether it's to keep 6 or 7 dogs, whether it's to keep a job to feed 6 or 7 dogs, whether it's a way to keep the 6 or 7 dogs your job and have a family. Like these things are a disciplined order. So when GHK touched down, my families understood that, hey, these dudes are disciplined enough to do this. That's a huge part of what the older generation, because Mike, you guys ain't really that old, but y'all, you know what I'm saying? You guys really ain't, because there's another generation on top of you guys that saw you guys come into the game and said, no, these two right here, they have enough discipline to put a dent in the game. So I was there for Lily, I was there for Heidi, Mr. Handy, Mr. Rusty, like these dogs that I saw go. I was young, but I knew what was going on. And shout out to anybody in Minnesota who had Dog of the Year in 2014. Maybe I was on that campaign. Maybe I still have dogs from those campaigns. Maybe this dog game will continue regardless of who you are, regardless of what dogs regardless of who your mentor is. If this game is a part of you, it will never end. So the new generation has been brought in with this internet dog game, and it's amazing how it's taken over. I love all the shows, and shout out to Shogun, because I told Shogun, he wasn't even born yet, and I was stomping around in his area before he was born. You see what I'm saying? I knew some of his family members before he was even born. So we have to know that this dog game is worldwide. It brings people from all places. And once you start to figure out what place you're going to play, what lane you're going to run in, that's when you find out how much discipline you got to really be here. But yeah, I
Yeah.
just wanted to say something like that.
Well, I learned when when I hear Samurai and them. See, I'm from Kinston, but I was stationed in Jacksonville. But when he talk about his hometown, uh, Goldsboro, you know, I have family in Goldsboro, and it's just he said he knew the Suttons, but when you hear other people talk, and they're young, then they don't know just how great the dog game was in that area around that time period. Because it's funny, because he's in the Bulldogs now, and for us, we got into Bulldogs, but then once we start moving around that Carolina area, man, the way they talk about South Carolina, you got to give that North Carolina its props. I'm just being straight up with you. Now, we wasn't on our P's and Q's. When we revisited back into North Carolina, man, we went back into North Carolina with Bulldogs to represent. We had stepped our game up. Now we can go back into Carolina with our heads up. Now we know something. But when you were fresh in the game and you meeting people like Triplet and Atlas and uh, Harry and Locklear and um, Lonzo. Remember, some of them guys were still in the service when we was in the service. And when I see their names and see what they did after they left the service, you just think about, damn, look at the dogs that they had. Even with Tony Wade, the dogs that he had, the champions that just came out of that area, and these guys, when we always said, South Carolina didn't travel. But one thing I learned, North Carolina was almost like South Carolina. They didn't really travel much. But then the thing is, you just couldn't go down in there and find yourself whooping up on nobody, especially when we talk about them levels. When you talk about you working out on a certain level, most of the time, if you're doing, neighborhoods things or city-wide things based on the competition, you're going to be schooled to get better. When I say schooled to get better, you're going to pay your dues. Because one thing I learned about this game, nobody was willing to give up any information or even talk to you about anything unless you had to be worthy of it. Some guys took advantage of guys because, you had to come around them and show that you was worthy by cleaning up the shit, walking the dog. What can you give this man that's fixing to give you the opportunity to not only have good dogs, but to have the knowledge to be able to take care of these good dogs? See, back then, you had to pay your dues before you got your hands on anything. Wasn't nobody giving that shit up for free. There wasn't no such thing as calling somebody on the phone and asking a question and getting an answer because so-and-so told you. I know there was people back in the day that was buying keeps. The funny thing about them keeps, man, there was some of them was 100, some of them was like 200. But the thing about the keep never had anything as far as associating the things that went wrong during the keep. You can follow that keep by word for word, and it would still turn out wrong because what nobody, they was quick to take your money, but they wasn't, really telling you everything it really takes to have a successful keep. And a lot of them people that was out there buying them bullshit keeps, they probably, some of them bought 3 or 4 from some of everybody and everybody. But when you as you grow in this game, you're going to realize not everybody, and trust and believe, we all should know that all dogs cannot be conditioned the same way. There are so many things that can happen during a keep that you have to adjust and address and be wary of. You know, I never seen a keep that told anybody to, make sure you get a blood test. I never heard anybody who sold a keep that told you to do all the pre-keep shit. And I've seen some of these keeps, and I just felt like, now that I know, I'm like, man,
You know what I saw a
you.
lot of as a youngster, OG?
What's up, dog?
I, I saw a lot of people not learning to memorize their dog. They weren't learning the dog that they had. It was almost like you give somebody some instructions and they think that that's supposed to work when you're supposed to learn the dog. You're supposed to you're in this I don't even know how to still say it. I used to say it a certain way. Now I don't say that anymore. But you're in this situation with this animal where you and this animal are about to try to take a goal on. There's an end result that you're looking for, and you have to figure out, does that dog have what it takes, and do you have what it takes? And the mold that you guys complete is going to help you guys get to the finish line. And I think a lot of people tried to buy their way in the game. I saw a lot of the French mafia come down from Canada when there was a lot of competition in the north coming through Michigan and Connecticut. I saw a lot of the French mafia just trying to buy dogs and not understanding that you guys don't know these dogs. You guys have no clue what these dogs are doing. But they were so willing to give up money, like you said, for a key that didn't really come with the real instructions on how to use it.
And you know what? That set a lot of guys back. But the same thing that I'm saying about the keep was the same thing that I could say about a breeding program. My thing was, I'm a true believer, fellas. When I hear some of you guys say, "Stop worrying about the other man and worry about yourself," worry about what you got on your yard, because that's the only way for me to, for me to you guys. That's the only way you're going to get better. Take your own, falls and crack your own heads. Because one thing about mistakes, some mistakes can be costly, but can be repairable. Some mistakes aren't repairable, like leaving a dog on a treadmill, and the dog winds up, you're not paying attention, you wind up losing a good damn dog. You can't fix that. That's a mistake that you will never ever forget. It only takes that one time. You can't get that one back, but you will never ever make that mistake again. One of the things that I was saying about the learning process, and when he brought me closer to what I was trying to say, because fellas, when we first got our hands on them dogs, Blood, Judo, Solo, and Bruiser, all of them were good dogs. Now, Mo told you, brother, Boss Choke, he made Solo a house dog. Beautiful, low posse buster dog with the ears clipped. With them four dogs, we got a chance to raise them dogs and know them dogs. They was almost like pets, to be honest. And if you look out on your yard today and you got a pit bull out there, you go out on the yard, that I guarantee you, when he see you, that tail just to be a wagging, and they be all fours leaping up off the ground because they're happy. They act like pets. And that's the loving part about them. And the same time that dog sees you and have that kind of love for you, you'll understand when you put the time and the work in it, that your relationship with that dog, you will get more out of that dog because of that relationship. But I never seen that part in the book. That was something that we came into the game already knowing because we were already trainers, and it's one thing we always knew. We had to know our dogs. They were all they weren't the same. Some had different attitudes. Some had bad habits. Not they all didn't have bad habits, but some just have bad habits. Some just don't like to be around certain people. So it's important that you learn the dog. Hey, but before I get started, let me get this my shout outs to my main man, Pitwise Kennels, coming in with a 10-piece showing love. He said, Eastern North Carolina, shout out to all my Marines and them dogs. Salute to Cherry Point. That's where I was down there by Geiger and Fort Bragg. Cherry Point was about that life. And fellas, whether y'all know it or not, there's a lot of dog men that came through them Carolinas that was Marines. And when they went back home, they took them dogs with them. So we're just one of a few that have done it. Remember the old Cheryl Powell? He was from PA. He stayed in Carolina and was a Cheryl, but in the end, I think he did wind up going back to PA. Big shout out to my man Bloodthirst #1, aka Happy 360, coming in with a 5-piece. Hey, I appreciate the love, fellas. I really appreciate the love. But that understanding where I'm coming from, I'm starting from dogs that were good dogs in our hands with the lack of knowledge. First of all, you got to look at who we knew. We only knew one person, but that one person knew a couple people. There's only one way. I mean, I don't think I could have walked up to James Edwards or Atlas Brewer's house and knocked on the door and started talking bulldogs with him. I don't think I could have walked anywhere near Mr. Triple's yard talking about some damn bulldogs. And I could have got away with that with Harry because I would have been with somebody else who knew Harry, and that would have been Tony Wade. But see, all those relationships starting right there. Imagine just knowing them men, and them men didn't really teach us nothing, but they gave us some damn good dogs. You taking that same attitude, and now you're going into Ohio, and you beat up everybody in the neighborhood with them 4 dogs. That's neighborhood shit. But now you want to all of a sudden step out there, and you in the city. There's fast lane people in the city. You just don't know it. You just think you've been running around beating up on everybody in the neighborhood, and now one of them fast lane boys hear about you, and then you think you almighty and everything, and like you know something, and we got our ass whooped. That was our reality check, gentlemen. It wasn't no more it wasn't about we didn't know the dogs, because hell, we knew judo. We raised Bruiser and Blood. Now, Bruiser got stolen before we even got to Ohio. But Bruiser was still a 2-time winner right there in North Carolina. Remember, it was after he beat Champion Authority, he came up missing. And even for us, our dumbasses, even back then, we never seen that coming. Like, who would want to steal a dog? Back in them days, I never thought who would want to steal a dog. Because nobody ever stole the Doman Pinscher. Nobody ever came up in the yard and stole one of the Rottweilers. These pit bulls are something brand new. They wasn't human aggressive. But you would think, pit bulls supposed to be worse than that Doman Pinscher over there. But yeah, that's how gullible them dogs are, and how stupid we were. Because in North Carolina, all we had was a trailer, a big ass trailer on a piece of property. I know me and Mo, I stayed at a house, but Ben, he's the one who had the yard, because Mo had the house and he had the guard dogs. Ben had about a half an acre with a trailer on it, and that's where we kept the pit bulls at. Not thinking, I mean, look how it was just so easy they could have stole them all, but they didn't. They just took Bruiser. So that was this learning experience. And as hard as we tried, as we grew up in this game, we still had a lot of dogs stolen. And the only reason I see the people was still a pit bull now back then because it was worth stealing. Because I can't think of any other reason that you could go down to the pound and go get a pit bull if you want one that damn bad. But but back to the Ohio thing. We got in there and we got our heads cracked. And a man, Ohio Cash. Now, Cash is somebody we didn't just meet. Cash was somebody who grew up in the city. His brothers played football. One was for West Virginia. Uh, he went to college, went on to the pros, and the other one I think was in Michigan. So we all had that kind of relationship to where we all knew each other as far as streetwise. But when I stepped out into that pit bull game, and he basically showed us how to, and to me, Cash wasn't the greatest of. I mean, he was good at conditioning because he knew it, but he had other people doing the work. He had a guy that will walk, I swear, 20 miles, guaranteed, every day. I mean, didn't have to worry about this dude missing a day when it came for competition. Now, we don't have, look, man, you got to go far to find people that you're going to put your dog in their hand and they're going to actually get out there and do the right thing. But my man Cash, he had him one. There's a couple of them brothers around there that had them dedicated people who would get out there and take that walk. And you see them later on that night, 10 o'clock, bringing that dog back, rubbing him down, putting him on the chain, making sure he was fed right. See, I got a chance to see that part of the conditioning part with Cash. And then when you see somebody going through the process and they're trying to tell you the process, and then at the same time, they're matching dogs. They're taking us to matches. This is where I get a chance to meet the greats, the legends, because now I'm going with a legend. Ohio Cash, it's no bullshit, y'all. Ohio Cash was a legend to that area at that time. And remember now, we still talk about Kingfish dogs who was around. They was, they were strong in the city of Akron and Cleveland. See, I don't know nothing about all them, but I know because I told you Mo dealt with that. But at the same time, I knew Catfish had Kingfish dogs. He had a couple champions. Johnny Hat had Kingfish dogs. So these people, I'm getting a chance to meet. Well, I'm with my mentor, Ohio Cash. And to them, everybody else, we just young boys. They came up in here from Carolina with these Carolina dogs. So with Cash talking shit, that actually did bring the hype. But I got a chance to go out and see what a real fast lane situation really looked like. And we learned from that. Now, the whole time, Mo was learning how to deal with the paper part of it. But see, we also learning the box side. See, the box side is the part that I always felt like the only way you ever gonna learn how to be in the box and do the right thing is you had to be with somebody who was already doing it. And then once you got around, you just getting around Cash and watching the things he did. Because fellas, remember we told y'all, Ohio Cash beat us with Dusty. And he beat us when we should have won. Because your mentor don't tell you everything. There's so much that he left out. And remember, we wasn't trying to go into our mentor, but this is, they was putting a show together. and he wanted to see what we learned. So yeah, we had the conditioning part, gentlemen, because we went over 2 hours and 30 minutes. But he didn't tell us about the rule part. Like if you touch that dog, you're gonna fall out. But the fact was, and what we wound up learning, well, we can make an attempt, being it was on him to go. We could have went on and made that pickup, get that handle, and really possibly would have got away with it because the dog didn't never had, the dog had, you know, we could have pulled it off because the dog wasn't biting her. It was just laying there. But he scared Mo away because if you touch the dog, you're going to fall out. It's still in hold. It's still in hold. Well, Mo looking and he didn't want to fall out, so he listened to that shit. And let Dusty stay there too long. First mistake, remember? You heard me tell you, that's 2 major mistakes we learned early. 2. Keep in mind, we only lost 7. But there's 2 right there, early. I think from that point forward, you meet the McNasties, the Abrahams, the Big Ralphs, the list can go on. Because at this point in time now, remember, we start getting dogs like Mikey. We get dogs like Dusty. The yard went from 4 to, I think, 10 to 15. We had a yard full at this point. But we're matching dogs. What made us change our conditioning situation? Because I'm going to tell you what made that change. Because we got a chance to go see what the fast lane looked like. I say it, and I heard my brother say it. Radar Martell was one of the greatest fights that I have ever seen up until our fight with Psycho in at 317. Because prior to that, right there, I've never seen nothing like I had seen the Radar Martell of 3 hours and something, and them dogs never came out of the hole, and they never slowed down. What no laying around. There's an interview out there with McNasty and Mr. T, and they will tell you the same thing. That's one of the greatest fights they ever seen. Now think about all the fights they done been in, they have seen. That was a special fight. But in the process of learning, being around people like McNasty, being in the room with the Abrahams, all them guys, they talk much shit. The dog man that ain't talking shit ain't a dog man. That's the way I feel about it. Because you're going to always represent your yard. But it's the knowledge that you obtain based on what you hear, and you apply what you hear to what you see. And that's where we had an opportunity dealing with the men that we talk about. We always tell y'all, we ain't going to never let y'all forget them, because these are legends, not just by us, but the game. They're not self-proclaimed. They earned. That's why we talk about them, because they earned them spots. There's so many of them out there who need to be, to me, the street sweeper. I think he needs to be, get more pub than what he does. But you wouldn't know that if you didn't have a journal. You wouldn't know that if, he wasn't a breeder. But trust and believe, he'd whoop your ass. He's another one of them. You had to go a long while. You got to go look a lot to find out who he would actually lost to. But these were the guys that was, sitting back there, and we were sitting up there watching and falling up in them rooms and watching everybody talk. and watching everybody's business basically on how and what they did. I always told you that me and Mo had a relationship with the Abrahams because they're two brothers. You know, we brothers, we're twins. You know, and Joe and they're brothers, but they was almost like twins because where you seen one, you seen the other one. And the little things that we took from what they taught us. You know, like I remember when I seen King David lose and how upset they was because King David was a good dog. I think McNasty beat King David, but I know McNasty. I know the Abrahams. It is two great dog men. They going in each other because you know that's one thing that we never shied away from because they never shied away from them. You know, a good dog is a good dog. The only way we're gonna find out who the better dog is, climb over that wall. And they never. That's one thing about that Detroit area and that Ohio, that the whole Northwest, that North, I would call it mid North Midwest. That's what they call it. That Illinois, Ohio, Michigan, PA, and what else? I ain't gonna say Kentucky and Tennessee because we did do a lot in Kentucky and Tennessee, but they came to, you know, once you cross that bridge, we always felt like, yeah, that's the South, you know. But watching these boys up north and where all this competition and all these great dog men is and how they are handling these dogs. Nobody's running the same thing. Everybody's conditioning program, you would almost say they were different. Because one thing we got from the Abrahams that we didn't get from everybody else was that killer mentality. Don't bring nothing if you ain't killing something. Them boys was cold-hearted, stuck to the walls on that concept. So when you start talking about conditioning for them, their conditioning program didn't consist of them being in there 3-4 hours, or you know, or looking to have this dog game or anything. No, they didn't. Never heard that come out their mouth. You seen how they handled. You see how they rush shit. I mean, 90 going north, full blast, soon as on release. I mean, they talking, or Joe just talking. It's all about that rush, speed. And they always made it clear, twin, you know, you got to have power in your dog, and your dog got to have that win. So just being around them, you know, they're telling me something. So let's take a look at it and see how they dealing with this power. What did he mean we need wind? You know, up north, they didn't have the ability, y'all, to have 20 and 30 dogs. I would say the Abrahams had maybe 4 or 5 at the most at one time. And everything, I mean, everything that was on, out of them 4 or 5, everything was about that life. I know I seen Joey up there. I seen Blue up there. You already know he had King David up there. And it was one other one. I can't remember who that was. Because and this was prior to bringing Queen in. But
And
yeah, you should be out there.
Bull was up there.
Yeah, Bull, that's right, Bull. So you looking at these dogs right here, and you know, women, you know, just based on history, when you start talking about certain people, all those certain people, they had a certain category of dogs. Like when I say the Abrahams, what's the first thing that come to your mind? Queen of Hearts, right?
It's gonna kill you.
Who?
It's gonna kill you.
Joey? Which
I'm
one?
talking about anytime they know if you're talking about an Abraham dog, uh, they have finishers. That was pretty much what comes to my mind. They
Yeah,
gonna help you either get finished early or get finished earlier than early.
earlier than early. That's it. We ain't talking about no bunch of time. We ain't talking about no gameness. We talk about you better have something to get ready to deal with this killer. And when they bought one, they bought one. Everybody had their certain way of doing things. And it was the little things, fellas, that you picked up on. They just didn't outright just tell you. They wouldn't tell you, hey, you need to be doing this for 20 minutes, you need to check the blood, you need to do all that. No, they didn't tell you none of that. So where did that part come from? You had to go get that part from somebody else. Because it don't really take that much when you're dealing with a killer. So I wouldn't expect uh, like Brat was a killer, but Brat and Pretty Mama's keep was totally different. Pretty Mama, she wasn't that killer like Brat, so her keep was totally different. But I picked that up by just watching. I know the Abrahams, but I also know McNasty. Now, a bad conditioner for me was Mr. T. That man could put a dog in condition. Another bad one, Survivor Night Paul. He only had 3 dogs on the yard, but it was a way that they handled those killers. Remember, everything that these people was dealing with, fellas, I'm trying to tell you, I got stuck on a killer because everything that we was around, you know, outside of that Radar Martell, everything else was quick. I remember we ain't started traveling yet. We're just learning. And I'm taking you the slow part of the learning process because remember, Mo told you that James Polk taught him how to read papers, and he told you how. They used to sit up all night, every day, studying papers. Then you're leaving there, you're riding with Ohio Cash. For us, every weekend we were going somewhere. Every weekend, Friday, no, I would say Saturday and Sunday, if it wasn't a match going on somewhere, we was rolling dogs. And I know this sounds crazy to a bunch of y'all, but there was a time that was the norm. Friday, Saturday, and sometimes Sunday, we rolling dogs or we matching dogs on a consistent basis with, or yeah, basically going to one. But when you seeing the things that we seeing, we're snatching a piece of something from everybody. So when I hear people talk about their mentors, it'd be that one person. And then I think you put too much weight on that one person because there's so much that you missed out on. That's why you don't
You
ever
know,
hear us put much weight on one person. Go ahead.
another thing, OG. When I was watching what was going on, uh, one of my older mentors would tell me. He said, what you see up there?" Because when you travel, you would also see dogs make it. You see their puppies make it somewhere, and then in that next year or so, that line is somewhere in another city handling business. You know what I mean? So we have to make sure we look back and say, you know what, these dogs was traveling too. These dogs was these dogs was getting dropped off in other cities, especially new cities that didn't have this new Bolio or didn't have anything off of Bobby. I remember when Steel City had that Bobby dog. That that most people don't know that there was some females in the game that didn't get a campaign because they got sold right away, and they had to go. right into a breeding program for someone who was either a newcomer or someone that didn't, that just wanted to put money into making new stock. You know what I mean? So the dogs traveled just as much as the men did.
Yeah, because again, remember, for us, we was dealing with fast lane people, and we didn't understand the whole traveling thing. Remember, we went from our first stop for us being Ohio, dealing with Ohio cash, was straight to Detroit. Straight to Detroit. That right there is when we got a chance to see the fellas. I mean, Mo knows I'm gonna let him get in there and finish up this thing, but because he knows and he'll be able to tell you that little extra that we got from everybody. But what I'm trying to get y'all to understand is when I hear people talk about that one mentor, you have to understand why we speak so highly of all our mentors, because we got something from each one of them. And trust and believe, without all of them, because of all of them, we took what we got from each one of them and we used what we wanted to use, which made us better. You're taking a combination of whatever you've seen and what all the shit that you heard, and you applied it. Now, I'm not saying that we were lucky, but what I am saying is just having the opportunity to know one and to be around in that time period to know a couple and have the ability to listen. And I ain't say act like you know what you're talking about. I said sit back and listen and watch these men at work. That right there took us a long damn way. Because Mo, like with Joe and Nate, we can actually sit in the room and ask them why you did something. Well, why why you let it go that long when you could have had it over with. You know what I'm saying? Because Joe and Nate did a lot of communicating, while they were doing things. But same thing with McNasty and Mr. T. They communicated a whole lot, but then unless you ever been in a box, you got to understand when you climb over them four walls and you down there with your dog. I mean, it's a whole new picture to this back then. And think about when you see some of them old timers standing there in the corner and the dog's out there in the middle. Well, I didn't come up in that age. I come up in the age where you was literally fighting your opponent as the dogs was getting down. You fighting for elbow space. Mo learned all the tricks about how to cut the box off, how to make all the crazy things that we learned along the way based on what our mentors, and these were great men, great bulldog men, and I stand here when I say that, not knowing as much as Mo know. I be looking for people to give me that flack back where he wasn't shit or he didn't do shit or all this other kind of crazy shit. Because anybody that you ever hear us talk about, I can go in there, I can pull their name up in a book. I can show you that no, these boys here, they traveled. Yep, these boys here, they was about that life. These boys here are responsible for a lot of the shit we learned. Because every one of them had grand champions. Every last one of them. Every last one of them. Every last one of them had a trick to their trade. Really, I wouldn't give a damn if it was in the conditioning or when you climbed over that wall. I mean, everybody had something, and they wasn't ready to give up nothing unless you was worthy of being around it to get it. We didn't have to clean up shit, fellas, to get the information. All we had to do was keep showing up with a bulldog. You showing up with a bulldog. Look, we don't have to go into the hood to test our shit. We can go right up in there with the people who got that real shit and test our shit. Bring them on up, twin. It ain't nothing. Bring them on, twin. We get a chance to look. Well, yeah, little Mayday on Charlie. We didn't have a problem in taking our prospects and go put them on some real shit and hear how they felt about it. But then, believe it or not, that's how the Mayday dogs, Mayday got real popular up there because when we came through there and they was giving us that type of opportunity, we were smashing their asses. I mean, we was literally smashing people to where they was like, where that shit come from? Y'all ain't get that shit from nowhere up here. Yeah. So they didn't know nothing about the dog. Oh, they know that they seen Brad, Little Mayday, and that earthquake. That the crazy one. What was the crazy one? Earthquake. We we call him Mayo, but his name was Earthquake. They he was a people biter though. But these are great dogs. Oh, that was my two brother. That's the one they ended up putting down. Okay. Hey, hey, yeah. What I'm trying to just get you guys to understand it. This learning process that I'm talking about. Hey, let me give a big shout out to my man, Mr. Dickie Foster, coming in there showing that love with that one piece. You know, yo, Dickie, you already know, fam. It ain't about how much you give. It's the fact that you do. Always appreciate it. Thank you, sir. Again, that's to everybody who out there, hooking us up on that. Now, I know maybe I need to put this link back down there. I don't got to remember how I did it. But outside, I got my man Windmill on deck. But I see Chico down there. I see a couple of you fellas down there who kind of know. Y'all grew up in that area. Y'all grew up in these many areas. I see some of my North Carolina people up in here. The reason I'm doing this show this way, because I want to have input from other dog men who know, because if we're going to help, this ain't about who's bigger or who's badder. I think the more information you have from the relevant dog man, it's okay to have 3, 4, 5, 6 mentors. As long as you're learning something from each one of them that's going to benefit you in the long run. Don't just hear from our point of view. My thing is, like when we said, first of all, you got to get the simple shit right. You got to first have the right dog. Know what the right dog is supposed to do. It's your shit. You making the decision. The thing is, what you going to do with it? How you going to handle it? How much time do you spend with that dog? Are you caught up in the papers? Is there something about the dog that you see that you like and that you're trying to, fit in your program, whether it be the body, is it the attitude, is it the drive? Those things are just some things that you can't change. Those are things that's already going to be there. Like when I was born, I had brown hair. I'm 60-something years old and I still got brown hair. Some shit just ain't going to change. You know what I'm saying? No, it ain't brown no more. I lied. It's gray. Just cut that bullshit. But, you know what I mean? Later in
that was a good one.
Yeah, I had to quit bullshit you, but y'all know what I'm saying though. There's some things in these dogs. If you see it, believe it, it's gonna be there. Like if you see a dog quit, trust me, bro. When you see it, just know it's in them. Mo. Yeah, well, Mo has his certain way of looking at things on that quit shit. I'm gonna let him talk about his shit. Man, I looked at it once you quit. I'm looking at how you quit. I'm gonna do, if I see you, at least you making that attempt. To me, that's not quitting. I done seen some get up and fall and just didn't make the count. That to me, that's not quitting. He just didn't make the count, but it's still a loss. And then I seen the ones that just stand there and they don't even look across the pit. at their opponent. They turning their head, looking up in the crowd or somewhere, or look back at the handler and say, "We still here." I've seen them kind of be like, to me, those are ones you're supposed to be riding hard on. You don't group all curves together because like this game, everything has certain levels to it. You know what I'm saying? You just have to understand and be able to pick those levels. And if y'all don't get nothing out of today except for understanding that all of us at one point started out doing everything you're gonna hear me talking about. But what I don't see us talk enough about it because we don't get down into details. Yeah, everybody can pick up a book and read and talk about what they heard. But I'm opening the floor up, and I'm trying to open up this room to let me hear about what you done did. I want to hear about what you done did. I want to hear about what you have learned. I want to hear how you can help the next guy be better, regardless if it's running up a treadmill or running, you know, confirmation show. I want them kind of people who can express that type of knowledge to share it to somebody else who might be out there listening and be able to do like we did. You took a little bit from over here, you took a little bit from over here, and you took it home with you and you've seen it work, and I'm going to keep that and I'm going to get rid of that. These are the experiences that you need to share and be willing to talk about. To understand, just to be able to have a bad mom. See, a lot of people talk about that badass shit. Oh, I had a bad mom. Well, if everybody had a bad motherfucker, if everybody had one, then there'll be a whole lot of stories out here. And out of, like I said, 1990 something, was over 1,500, 60, almost close to 1,600 fights in 1 year. That's not really 1,900 something. But if you really think about it, that was a lot for that time period. A lot considering, that was the most in one time period. And that's when things was really starting to kick, really things was moving. But look what that means, what the rest of the game was doing prior to that. That means we got a chance to live throughout the whole 80s and the 90s dealing with these bulldogs. So we was a part of that thing when that fast lane went to picking up steam and that business would start running away like a freight train. Because now everybody seemed like they had good dogs. To let them tell it. And that's where the traveling started. But then not everybody could play in that game. That's why I was talking about that P and H. That P and H, based on what Mo was showing y'all on that Tuesday, they lost 5 times. 5 times into good kennels. But do you think they got deterred? They didn't get deterred, fellas. Because I'm going to show you, I believe I did see a champion. I think I did see a champion. They did have a champion. But, once I get this thing together, we're gonna go back over it because they was one of them that you see their names on certificates, you know what I'm saying? At least they there. You can talk shit all you want about them, but guess what, fellas? They still there. And even though they was there on them losses, they didn't get deterred from it because I'm gonna show you they finally had a certificate, sporting dog champion. And I'm pretty sure y'all heard about Jihad. Jihad used to get hell. The Gator Boy, who was that? The Gator Boys used to get their ass whooped early, and turned out to be about that life. I mean, we know a couple of them, the man that came in getting their heads knocked. They wasn't no different than us. Jihad, Gator Boys, Church Boy was in full go when we got in the game. They've been dealing with dogs. They dog business go way back to the 60s and 70s. They great grandfather, they was just about them dogs. Same thing with my man, Mr. Struthers. It didn't seem a lot, but guess what? When you can say that, all right, we beat the Legion of Doom, but that was more than just beating the Legion of Doom. Y'all just don't know how much respect that we got from the Legion after that. because they followed our career. That to say 15 years later, right before Bill died, who was that? Mac T called us. He happened, somebody had told him about the video. Mac T called, and he was like, he was giving us our props because he said he followed our career after that. And, you know, it was just funny because he said, y'all beat a badass dog that night. But he just wanted to see it. Was that a fluke of nature? But he said he followed our career and he was just proud of us, you know. And that, to me, that was a big accomplishment because out of all the dog game and times, remember, we had people coming from California picking up dogs, people from Japan. I know a guy that flew in from Japan, came and got him a dog and took back off with him. I mean, when you in the game and you see other people doing that and people wanting these people's shit, you really don't pay no attention to it. But I find it, you know, an accomplishment when other people was willing to come and get our dogs or come just to see our yard or heard and just wanted to, I'm in your area, I want to come by and check out the yard. You know, for us, that was something big because, you know, Black Ice came from the islands just to come see. BBK came away from California just to come see. I mean, everybody walked away with something. So how did they find this? We didn't advertise. I'm gonna tell you how they find this because I was a part of the game. Mark Davis, man, he came about a dog. So when you got these kind of people buying your dogs, hey, and remember, we at the bottom of the totem pole. When you start talking about, you know, our accomplishments will be nowhere close to the people that we give praise to, because you got to go a long way to get up on them people's type of level, man. And I just want y'all to understand that there's no bragging in that. That's why we in the box today. We in the four walls because every person that we finna talk about, they knew what it took to climb over the walls in preparation for climbing over that wall. The understanding what it took to even climb over that wall. I mean, anybody feel like you can climb over that wall, but can everybody be great at it? That's what's made the difference. Some people were just better than others. You're doing a whole lot when everybody around the country talking about you or heard about you, compared to ain't nobody talk about people in South Carolina. See, let me get y'all to understand this. It's when you were talking about your shit, if you was in South Carolina, somebody out here gonna hear it. Guess what? It's gonna get back to us. And then why you think we was always in South Carolina? Are we gonna go to South Carolina? They say they got some bad shit down there. Hey, we're gonna go down there and find out. They say got some badass shit over in Louisiana. Well, shit. Anybody else want to go with us? Yeah, give me on. And everybody calling ways. And then we got a couple. Let's go down and hang out in Louisiana. But see, that's that fast lane crew when Moby talk about them 95 percenters. Now, he be saying 90, but I be saying 95. And that's no lie. When I say 95, I'm the numbers man. There's only so many people that I can say I stood there and watched lose that we had bet on. There wasn't a whole bunch of them. You know what I mean? I'm talking about Stone City Hardcore, Mile, Triple M, Black Tide. Most of my boys up New York. Zombie, Arsenal. I mean, hold on. Hey, y'all. Appreciate everybody. Y'all keep showing that love because I'm finna turn this over. I got GA's K2 on there, but I'm gonna open up the show because I really set this up for Mo to have this conversation. But I really wanted y'all to get ready to step into this box and understand what it took to be in that box and why we always talk about more than one mentor. Because when I see y'all conversations, y'all be on other people's shows, I hear a whole lot of people talking like y'all been, y'all act like y'all know what it took to climb over that wall. And I ain't taking nothing from you. But here's the problem I see when it comes to that. I don't never see nobody pulling up champion so-and-so who created champion so-and-so. There was, I don't never see that type of shit. So I be kind of like, okay, we can all put ourselves on the pedestal when you're talking. We can all sit there and act like we know what we're talking about. But let's get back to the program that I came from. The program I come from, we talked that life because we was about that life. Because if you slipped up and it wasn't about that life, you would have been like P&H. Every time you poked your head on, you climbed over that wall, you were going to get your ass whooped. Period. Now, we might have had some of them out there in this Shark Tank right now. Or some people out there to be on this YouTube thing doing their shit, and they can talk about all these other great dogs, but they'll never have them to talk about when it comes to their own. See, I can talk about Mama, because Mama was on. I can talk about Stone City because it's their own. I can talk about Abraham because they created their own. They the ones put it together. They were the ones matching it. Remember, if we follow in their lead, why would we be any different than these people? Everybody out here trying to be like somebody else out there, but there ain't nobody trying to be like somebody who's worthy of being like. See, I ain't about that talk that shit. I can show you about the people we talk about. And we are nothing compared to them. And we still got a name. So, I want to hear other people's conversations. Because in order for everybody to get an understanding of when we say don't talk about it, but be about it, here's a perfect platform to come show your ass. Because over here, I'm going to want to see what you're talking about. I hear you. I was living about that time. I know enough people in this game over the many years that we've been in it. If it was worthy of anything or anybody, I'm pretty sure we'll talk about it. And this ain't out here to try to show who better than who. I'm out here to try to show people there is a different level to this game, and talking wasn't one of them. I'm trying to give you the insights, the little secrets about the handles, about the conditioning, about the referee, about checking the blood, about the pads, about spending that time with them, knowing that attitude, finding out what getting pumped up, the little teeny stuff. The only way you're ever going to know that these people were doing this is you would have had to see it, because they sure as hell wasn't going to tell you. And all the little secrets, and we don't try to leave out nothing. Mo even told, I heard him one day tell y'all about, the way he used to scratch the dog, the way something he picked up from Don Mayfield. I think he picked it up from Don Mayfield, but then only reason he picked it up from Don Mayfield because he was watching, I think it was Joe or Nate, whoever one of them was handling, and he was watching what they was doing, and then he heard the interview that I think Don Mayfield had about something he had did, and when he said it to Joe, whichever one he said it to, they said, man, I didn't know y'all was paying that close of attention. I didn't know y'all noticed that. Well, that was a whole nother conversation. Man, where you get that from? Did you get that from Don Mayfield? How you know? Because I see you do it all the time. I know why you do it now. And then boom, now we do it. You know, it was just them little small things. Why? Did that mean we was cheating? No, because they never said it was cheating. But that's that one little small thing gave your dog the advantage. That's like if we out here finna run a 100-yard dash. Everybody else is in blocks but you. You might be the fastest one, but let me see how you come off that line without them blocks. Who's at a disadvantage? The person with the blocks or the person without the block? That's why everybody's in blocks. But just imagine that disadvantage if you're not in a block. Something that small had such a big difference when we used to scratch. I'm gonna let Mo tell you, because I mean I ain't gonna tell you, but I'm pretty sure he gonna tell you because he's sitting right here and he hear me mention it. But it's some small things. And remember, and for us that came from watching Joe and Nate. They didn't come out and tell us that. It was just something that Mo seen and we picked up on. And I ran across the interview and I said, Mo, I know where he got it from. He got that shit from Don Mayfield. Showed him the interview and he went back and said, hey, I'll be checking you out. You did this. And they be like, hey, man, oh, you caught that? Yeah. I'll be paying attention like that. Because our idols was really Joe, Nate, McNasty, and Mr. T because they were brothers. And if we were going to be two brothers, if any be a dual combination and be, monsters at it, it was going to be, we wanted to be like them. So, yeah, we tried to get a lot from them. And we did get a lot. But there was a whole lot of more people that we can say the same thing for. So sit back, get ready to wash them dogs. Let's get on that bus. Let's take a ride back. And look, I know I popped the link down there. Shark Tank. Mad Doctor, you already know I'll be representing my Detroit family. You know what I'm saying? But I want y'all to jump in this. Fort Lauderdale D in the house. What up, fam? Another one of them fellas, man. They know exactly what I'm talking about. It's just some of my boys out there, they just know. And they might just love to hear us talk about it. But we're going to talk about it, and I don't want y'all to come up and feel free to hit that link and come up and talk about it. Hey, we don't talk about nothing in the now, so keep that in your mind when you're talking. But we can talk all day about the past. There ain't nothing wrong with that. So I'm going to turn this over to Twin 2, and I'm going to be sitting back watching you guys. And don't forget to hit that link. Big shout out to my man, Pit Dog. I see you, fam. Quarter Boys Kennels saying free game. You're right, fam. Get ready to take a ride, fam. With me, and I hope you're still there, fam.
Come along for the ride, OG. Sir, yes, sir.
What up, yo?
Sir, yes, sir. Honor to always hear your voice.
Thanks for that, man. Shout out to everybody showing up. I see y'all was on some shit. I got some chumps, Sharks. Ball, 6-time winner. That's right. Let's get it. Well, look, man, I know Mike put the link down there. Help yourself join in. Okay, we got Game Breaker. Uh-oh, now I got to go get Mike.
Quarter Boys in the house. Salute. I know you guys got that. You run that Black Rock, I think. You already know. Salute to y'all. Salute to all that Tallahassee. Salute to everybody down in them situations.
Yeah, I was all up in Tallahassee. Yeah, I got me a good one up in Tallahassee. I went to Tombstone City, dog, up in Tally. I surprised them. Yeah, Tally got some good dogs up there. I went up there like 3 or 4 times up there. Ohio Cash living around up in that area. Took me around to see Tommy Walker. See Tommy Pitbull.
Y'all have him check your mic. He got to check your mic real quick.
Okay, is that better? Check
Super.
one, check one. How's that? Is
Okay,
it better?
super. Y'all, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you.
Okay, yeah, you sound good
Can you
now.
hear me? Woman? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Game breaker, why we ain't hearing you, man?
What up, though? I'm waiting to make sure everything clear. What up, though? Can y'all hear me?
Okay.
Yeah,
Yeah, we can.
that's a worker right there. How you doing, Game Breaker?
What's happening?
Hey,
Salute to
what's
the
up, Al?
short tank. Hold on,
Joe.
before y'all get going, man, I just gotta say this, man. Y'all know shit. Boy, I've been waiting all my life. You hear me? Twin? Come on, man. Going hard, killer? Come on, man. Short tank? What? Come on, man.
You
You
here
here?
now?
You here? You don't put the
Yeah,
work in. You here?
we in the building, you know what I'm saying? We gonna get it shaking, man.
Oh, that's good. That's good. I see some good ones like Mad Day. I tell you one we hardly ever talk about. Chico, he'll know what I'm talking about, Mr. Nicholas. Pac-Man, SWAT team, the Detroit man, Flint, Michigan, Saginaw, man, them boys, that was a hot zone. All your bad Kennels, look at Round Grand Champion Flash from the area. Suburbanite Paul from the area. McNasty and Roadblock from the area. The Abrahams. You know what I'm saying? Pepper and the boys. Bunsen Company. And all these is in the Detroit, Michigan area.
That's right. Chassis
Boy,
High
the
School.
Saginaw was
All them boys, Chassis High School. They all in there.
Armin, Big Leonard, Nooney, Big Ralph. I'm still naming them. All that Detroit shit, man. Every one of these dudes had champions, man. And they getting their champions going against each other. You know, they local, they whole city. They turned Akron into a fast lane city. Because when we was able to compete in Detroit, we could compete anywhere in the world, and that's exactly what we was doing. That's how we ran into Roster Man and Ricky Jones and Kenny Allen. Remember, we didn't been into all them. Uh, uh, Perry Powell. Yeah, Perry Powell. Yeah, I forgot about Perry because he was the Marine during the time I was in the Marines. That's how we got that we knew who to run to Termite. Little dude just like us, mean shit, crazy as hell. But that's a good thing that for him to even remember us when Black Ox was trying to show his 2 cents. You know, you say we was out there, man. I say, Mike say, it ain't luck. I say it was luck because I came into the game hanging out with James Edwards and Atlas Brewer, y'all, and didn't even know who they was. Come on now. You let Cass sit down and tell y'all the story. Cass be the first to tell you. Twins, the twins is probably the only dudes that ever won Best in Show on the Legion of Doom. Some green boys. We wasn't all that green, but we was green
Facts.
compared to them. You know what I'm saying? So, that stuff is all based on, I call it luck, because I left an area and was around all of them. Seen Molly B, seen James Edwards and Atlas Brewers on the Norm, seen Tom Ratliff when he moved down here, and that was thanks to Mau Mau. It was just so many avenues that was open. Remember, I'm chasing T.O. to go breed to Apache, and everybody know who Angel's Apache is. Look who we chasing. Don't be chasing him. We wouldn't have never knew who Matty was, and you wouldn't have never seen Champion the Brat or none of these other dogs. We out here chasing.
I don't think
A pit,
Jesse or Victor would say it was luck though. I don't think they would say that. You like family, you know what I mean? Like a lot of people don't know that this game is it doesn't it picks people up along the way. Like the bus, you know how we on the bus
yeah,
right now? We
you're
just
right.
picked up a
You're right.
bad boy underneath us, that game breaker. I guarantee don't 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 take him too short. You know what I mean? Like
Yes, sir.
this is why we get on the bus. It's because some of our lanes that we in, we dare you to come jump in these lanes. We want you to, really. But at the same time, we gonna be in the lane regardless if you come or not. So no, I don't think it was no luck. I think the future had GHK planted right in the right spot and you guys represented. Period.
Facts.
Yeah, I still say you're right. Hey, Moon, you down in Atlanta, in Carolinas? Who's your mentor?
You know, like I said, Mr. Mims, I got to see a lot of when he was doing the Red Boy. He also did the Snooty. He showed me two sides of the game.
He
You know,
did.
my Uncle Sonny, yeah, my Uncle Sonny knew uh Mr. Black Ice, you know what I mean? Like I said, I was a young buck watching, you know, two different eras go at each other. You know, Victor, you know, the Havana boys, I still get dogs from certain people. You know what I mean? So my era in my life is still going on. I tell people I'm in real time. You know, I'm always going to be in real time until, you know, the casket drops. I'm always going to have 19 or 20 sitting somewhere until the casket drops. I'm always going to be looking around, feeding something and telling them to let them go. You know, so, you know, Mr. Garrett, Big Papa, you know, when I was, you know, let's see, Jeep was born 74 miles away from my grandfather's farm. So when if you guys know anything about Louisiana, when you come through Arkansas, Louisiana too, there's a huge cotton farm and there's 5 barns sitting over there. Well, I know Mr. Boudreaux knows those barns. I know Mr. Carver knew those barns. I know Mr. Garner. Salute to him. He knows my family. See, what happens is you can only hide for so long until they say, "What you gonna do?" You know, they looked around at me and they'll tell you, I know how to patch something up and I also know how to bury something. You know what I'm saying? So most of this dog life is just what I do. You know, I can say this new neighbor just called Popo on me the other day. You know what I'm saying? I got the papers right here. I was gonna put him. I was gonna put him on blast. Like, you know, I've been here. My county know who I am. My city know who I am. My state know who I am. So what happens is you get a lot of people that want to test that water, but they're testing it with nothing. They're testing it with no dogs. They're testing it with no history whatsoever. So it's funny when somebody always wants to call uh what's the credentials, but the people that calling out the credentials ain't even got nothing, you know. That's a big dent in my kind of game, you know, because I like to stay in real time. You know, I've taken my lumps, you know, 2000, 2007, took some lumps, but I still got dogs. I still got kennel license. I still, you know what I mean? Like, so keeping up with this game is something I think has a lot to do with it. So this internet, I had to come on top of the soil and look around because I'm still hunting. Ain't everybody still hunting? Ain't the chat still hunting? We on the bus, y'all. This is a long time ago. So if you absolutely need, you get that itch, and I think a lot of us have that itch. You know, it's hard for a youngster like me to have seen what I've seen. I buried more dogs than I think most of these dudes on here that even had dogs. You know, seen dogs. I'm talking about all in their neighborhood. You know, there was times in shows in Louisiana, you guys, when there's 30 rows going on. You know what I'm saying? Until Sunday. So Friday to Sunday, there is only going to be a couple alive. You know, so we want to look back on this history and say, how far have we gotten? Well, we sitting here on the internet talking, so obviously it's still going. You know, I got a chance to be with around Mr. Green. You know, I know you guys don't know anything about Miss Kim, any of the LG dogs. I got to sit on that. You know, I was with the Vice Grip family. You know, I was really next to Poncho. You know, those were, matter of fact, those were hammer dogs. You know, if people really want to understand what those were, you know, those were hammer dogs. So uh, the life of the Masons was uh, kind of like Patrick's send off. That strand, I don't know if people know that strand, but that, you know, they had nothing but killers, man. They was putting out killers. They was putting out stuff on the Bolio Boomerang stuff that those dogs will last a lifetime. There's nothing that's going to match that. I don't look at any of my mentors or any of the OGs and say I had anything close to them, because those men are different type of men too. You know what I'm saying? The men we're talking about, they're different kind of people. They're not, you can't find these kind of men right now. So I like to make sure I keep it in real time, so that if you check your watch and I check my watch, we can get on the same time frame and see each other, you know, right now.
Right. Pit dog. What's
You
up,
know,
baby?
I don't know if you remember though. I'll take you back to one of your first episodes, OG. You know, when Mike's situation hit the ground, you know, I still give out the stories of the stories. You see what I'm saying? Because if you really know the real story, then you know, then you're all good. But the people that didn't have any of the strand I had, which Buck City was the only one who had the strand I had, it was almost like that's how we met, is through this internet. We weren't gonna meet anywhere else, you know. So when I say I got the best of that certain mic strand, well, Buck City can say he got the best of that Mike Strand. You see what I'm saying? And when I brought up, you know, Mallory, and I brought up, I know I was the first one to put it out there. Like, look, you guys is out here bullshit. You know, I don't know what you guys are doing. I don't know if you guys don't want the credit. I don't know if you guys don't want to do the work. I don't know if you're embarrassed. You know what I'm saying? But this history can't be changed. You know, your story is your story. My story is my story. But what happens is when the real time catch up to everybody, are you a part of where that real story came from? You know what I'm saying? Because if you are, you're still in real time right now. You know, shout out Team Mike. You know, shout out everybody that's got something to do with these good dogs that are on the ground right now. You know, but I don't like to call nobody out. I don't like to talk about nobody's story. I like to just tell my little story and keep it like that, you know. But like I always tell people, I'm in real time too, so you can come see me.
Hey, you know, Mallory ended up in Ohio. Do you know that? Wait a minute.
Mallory two did. I mean, the regular, yeah, Mallory one.
Yeah, yeah.
Yep, yep,
My boy up there in Ohio has her.
yep.
Yeah,
Right now.
yeah. And he'll tell you I'm his mentor. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, Mallory is a part of the Luther Virgil. You know, she's some of that last of that juice. You know, yep.
Hey, shout out to Bad Doctor. What he say? Detroit is the mecca of grand champions. He's right about that. There's a whole lot of grand champions up there in Detroit. Yes, it was. A lot of them. See, I
Mad
can run
Doctor,
off.
yep. And you know
I
what's
can
even
run off
crazy
10
about
like that.
Detroit? It was the holders. You know, them men knew how to take care of a dog. You got to be a certain kind of person to hold down a dog in the north. You got to be a certain kind of man to actually put the work in that it takes, because 6 months out the year, you got to handle your business inside, you know. So shout out to them men for being so disciplined to be able to compete at that level too.
Yeah, man. New York had them too, though. Can't take all of them, man. Pennsylvania had a lot of good dog men. New York had a lot of good dog men. North Carolina had a lot of good dog men. Florida had a lot of good dog men. The DMV, I mean, I've never been around and all them. Everybody got, just imagine. In every one of those spots, man, you have those fast lane circuits. You know what I'm saying? That's like Strictly Business, Jersey Boys, Havana Chico, the Latin Connection, the Latin Boys. I mean, there was just so many of them, you know? And that's where the traveling came in. We can only talk about it when the Beach Boys came in. Remember Beach Boy Billy and them? That's Spike Dog. Shocked everybody. Them boys came in out of nowhere winning. Came up winning. Yankee Boys came up winning. RC and the Social Boys, they came out winning. You know, I say the Turtle Buster Dogs, they was like pretty good dogs. I just don't think they carried the blood right. Or Ohio, remember you got Art then ran through there, Zebo then ran through there, Kingfish then ran through there. A lot of great dogs in Ohio too, a lot of great kennels. But I think, when Detroit got on fire, that's when the Bulldogs started losing. The Bulldogs became vulnerable, y'all, right there in Detroit. When the Red Boy Dogs hit, the Red Boy Dogs literally hit Detroit before we got a real grip on that shit. Those Red Boy Dogs was winning, and they was beating them. Don't get ready to say the Bulldogs. Bulldogs, everybody wanted rough shit. That's what they were, rough. And they averaged about 40 minutes to take your ass out of there. It didn't take them long. So a lot of them dogs, a lot of them Bulldogs, when they came out, and Florida always got rough dogs. Remember, they came down to Florida to get Queen. You know what I'm saying? They came to Florida to get Queen. So Florida has another spot you don't want to be running lacking in. Florida just got used to, back in the day, Florida was tougher than Georgia. And Georgia and Florida, boy, them boys, North Carolina, South Carolina, North Carolina, don't get mad because y'all didn't travel a lot, okay? Just don't get mad because I'm saying this, okay? But I'm just telling you, Florida would skip and jump and run to Georgia quicker than a mug.
Yeah, a Florida boy come see you. A Florida boy come see you.
They'll drive to Texas. What you talking about? They gonna drive to Texas. They don't care where they going. They just want to get on. And the funny thing about it, when you're doing it, man, you be having like trains of cars doing these travels, man. Imagine, number one rule: stay by the truck stop. We ain't pulling in no fly-by country spot. You got like 10, 11 cars coming, follow you to a show. You know what I'm saying? So that was another crazy thing. I mean, we used to go to these matches, man. You couldn't even do no shit like that today, man. We would have maybe 20, 30 cars like a funeral recession. Everybody following everybody to the show. I mean, and it'd be jam-packed. Some of the best dog men in the world be there. So it's like, I always thought, that was the experience in itself, the traveling. And, can't really travel if you don't got nobody to travel with. We was just, again, I would have to say, if you don't want to call it luck, what do you call it? And King T, I wanted to address that. What lanes y'all in now? King T, I shouldn't even have to answer that one. You should know. Okay? If you don't know, then you don't need to know. You shouldn't have to ask.
Big kid. That blank.
Hey, right. I should be paying attention. You should know. I didn't said some things on the show. You couldn't figure that part out. You got puppies on the ground. You got stud dogs out there for studs. I'm on the bus, the yellow bus. When you get there, you get on the footprints. And everybody's required to have a dog with them so they can get in there and feel the experience. That's why I like doing the show, to just be able to take y'all down that road and just sitting there talking to y'all about it. Y'all know, y'all on the bus, just take the ride and just to take the imagination along with it. Because, see, this ain't not an imaginary story. It's really a true story. My life in these dogs is a true story. It's like me telling the story, and y'all, just taking the ride and just believe, some of you done done it, some of you haven't. But even the ones who've done it, some of these that we be talking about, come on, man, they be some good ones. Everybody didn't. I knew TKO way back there in the early, the late 80s. When I bred Dusty to that Rascal 3 dog. Didn't even know who TKO was. He gave me that picture of Rascal. He had Rascal when he died. And I'm up there breeding because Pope sent me up there to go breed to his dog. Turned out later on down the line, he always stayed in touch with me too.
Legend. A legend.
Yeah. I knew Angel before I even met Angel. Because he always used to talk about Angel, because him and Angel just alike. They real like quiet talking dudes, but that Latino in them. The ones that carry them chips on their shoulders. Most Latino guys, they got this. You know what I'm saying? They just their personality. They lay back quiet, but they mean as shit, y'all. Now, TKO was dude. You could tell he would clock out. He was about that life. And Angel, he was like that too. Quiet, speaking dude. But I guarantee you, them dudes pop off, they tearing up some shit. They really is. I'm dead serious. And I'm from the hood. But these are the kind of guys that I met out there. You know what I mean? Nice, quiet, talking. But when it came down to that dog time, man, it was about that life for real. And you had to have good dogs. And just to see his dog Autumn make all well, you know what I'm saying? And there he is on his dog on the cover. I'm looking at him like, damn, look at him. But I knew this dude years before Autumn made the cover. I didn't already bred to his stuff. Bred to a dog that I got off of Shirley too.
Was Angel in control of everything? Was Angel in control of everything? Or was there? Yeah. Or did you feel like there was some tension?
Never. No. No, never no tension. It just, when I go to these people, right, I always get a chance to go out with them. That's one thing that I stayed up there with Angel, at Mayday, Dolly, and Choice when I was there. And I was there a couple days.
Choice probably was beat up. He probably was beat up.
We used to go out in the morning, man, and he was laid back, beautiful wife, beautiful family. But man, that man took us to some of the finest women in the world, man. Just a nodding like he was the mafia or something, man. He was sending them girls over there, man. Them girls were showing us so much love, man. It was remarkable. I had so much fun with Angel. Went to the gym. I mean, just hanging out with her. Went to see Mayday go. Man, it was this, I had a video of me and my KP, each one of us having a chance. We walking Mayday down the street after he knocked off one. That morning, we walking. I'm on video with him. He on video. Can't find that videotape to save my life. Didn't know nothing about him. But once I left there and I didn't have them puppies off Apache, there was but one dog I was going to go breed to. And that was that dog I seen. dog punched him in his chest and he hollered, bro. And when he hollered, it was like he watching Red Ace again. Like he turned into the Hawk. 5 minutes later, this boy was done. Done. So I liked it him and didn't even know his pedigree. But I knew a lot about the pedigree sitting there because during the time Victor was talking to them and Carl Cruz was talking, and they was breeding Sassy to Holmesworth Bull. And they was getting ready to ship either Sassy to Bull or Bull to Sassy. But I know that it was making travel arrangements while we were there. So I got a chance to sit there and look at that pedigree, man, and knew that was a hell of a move there, though. But they was just basically taking the Hollowworth dogs, now they're taking them into the yellow dogs. They was trying to repeat the scene. But keeping in mind, I knew Jesse before I knew Victor and Angel. Yep, he didn't even know when I started bragging about breeding to Mayday. You know, before I went, this is before I even went to Tommy Boy, y'all.
So you met what year did you meet? When did you meet Jesse though?
I met Jesse
90.
No, it was like 89 when I met Jesse. When I actually started talking to Jesse, because 1991, I was looking at Grand Champion Buck and the breedings that they started advertising. I think it was Nico, Luger, you know what I mean?
All them SDP dogs.
Yeah, they had yellow dogs.
But they had what, a 5-dog campaign? They had a 5-dog campaign going on.
Oh yeah, I mean,
you talk about 91.
Yeah, when Mayday and them got out there, they had Nico, Luger, Yellow Buck, Miss Piggy, Miss Nico Jr. That's 6 dogs, bro. That's 6 dogs I can just say off the top of my head. That was just one camp, Stone City. That was just one camp, Stone City. And every one of them dogs I just mentioned, y'all were champions. And I didn't even say Awesome Baby, which was all around. But every one of them dogs was champions. So, you know, me watching how Jesse was, you know, knowing Jesse because I called Puerto Rico. And the reason how I got into Tommy Boy, I always told Jesse how bad Red Ace was. And he was telling me about, you know, but I got a bad bitch, you know, Tommy Boy, you know, they call her Tom Boy. Now, this is the baddest bitch over here. Yeah, she's a bad one. And I told him, I'll go into her ass. I'll show you, I ain't my female. I'll show you bad. And that's how we got hooked up, you know. But remember, I've been groomed by Detroit. I've been groomed by New York. By then, we was groomed then, you know what I'm saying? And shoot, we didn't see Red Ace go on males and do what we saw her do to Tommy. So that's how we got in good with Jesse. So I knew Jesse. Oh yeah, once he saw Red Ace and what she did, when he saw Red Ace dismantle Tommy so quick, because I know he was looking at her sideways when the shit jumped off. But he was with me the whole time, and he saw me complain about something's wrong with her. But he also heard me say, "Well, I guarantee you, if this bitch hit her, they'll find out." And that's why I went on ahead and did it, thinking that, you know, they hit her, you know, Red is gonna probably come out that knot and go get her ass. But it didn't happen that way. But in the end, he never doubted him or Big Mike from Hardcore. They never doubted my shit. And I think the one thing that they would never do, they probably would have loved to roll with me, you know, my prospects, but because my prospects had they dogs in it, they wouldn't do it. Not even a roll. Because one thing they dogs had when in our shit, our dogs was biting and killing shit. That's something that they didn't have. You when I put they shit with that red A shit, we had some nice ass shit. Tom gave me Naya off of Nico. Yep, it was Nico bred to Champion Sugar. Champion Nico, Champion Sugar. And I got a female off of that. And I took and bred to Twisted from Deep South. Let me tell y'all something. Baddest little two dogs outside of Bratton now. Twisted Nico and the shit. So that same cross, same type of line, we did them with totally different dogs. And each one of them had the same dog lineup. Mayday, Buck, Yellow, and G. They had Hardcore in them. They had Stone City in them. They had Mayday in them. And now you got Deep South knowing they got more Mayday. And they produced, you know, Naya bred the Twisted was another good breed. These dogs was really rough, hard-biting dogs. And we just can't say, you know, the Brat was the only one because yep, those dogs right there, they had a genetic trait that just followed them. And I know that came from Ace. Now, whether it was the combination of these dogs that put an implant in our line of dogs where that was a genetic, like, you know, them having red noses, you know what I'm saying? These
Through the
dogs,
females.
these dogs,
Through the females?
it definitely coming through the females because look, Baby the register married, you know what I'm saying?
Her
Still
daughter.
remember, yep, gotta remember, the daughter's a champion, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Rat bred to made to produce Madame. Her bred back into Mayday produced Grand Champion Red Ruby. But if you take these pedigrees and you put them together, look what they doing. They're just doing the repeat of what we was doing. Every one of them had Mayday, Yellow, Grand Champion, Buck. You see what I'm saying? And G. Every one of them. Twister got Jeep in him. Miss Nico got Jeep in him. You know, all our going hard dogs got Jeep in them. You know what I'm saying? Then you go back and you'll find that you see Zebo hanging around. Remember, Champion Pretty Mama got Zebo and her. Rat them got Zebo and them. Always made that comment about Zebo because I was never, when somebody told me Zebo was a raggedy ass producer and James Pope told me anybody to tell you that they don't know the game. They probably didn't heard people say, you know what I mean? And he hit me to Zebo and he took me on a ride and showed me that Zebo got around. You know, maybe if people really knew Zebo's breedings, they wouldn't be so stuck on saying that Zebo didn't produce shit. You know? But that genetic trait that we picked up, man, I'm pretty sure Stone City and Big Mike would probably love to have that shit. And that's keeping it real because they have some rough dogs. But, bro, we have some rough dogs. You would be, you know, and I compare Brat, you know, I can never stand on the pedestal and feel comfortable standing up there with Queen of Heart and Pandy. But I'm gonna tell you like this though. Doing what a mother did to Tommy Boy, a mom paid me back by giving me a nutcase that acted just like it and was just as bad as her. Little Mayday and and Brat was two badass dogs. Period. Period. You can look at their pedigree. You can look at their pedigree. Not the fake one, the real ones, brother and sister. Then look at their match records, and then look at the dogs coming down off of them in their match records. You know, there was consistency. You know, and this wasn't coming off our yard.
Consistent
It was
match
going into
dog.
other people's yard doing that. And I'm telling you where I got that from. Hardcore, STP, Mau, James Pope, and my KP.
Match dogs on.
Watching those guys. Yep. Listen to the people I named. Who don't know them? If you don't know them, then where you at in the game? You know, maybe you know this is too far back, but these are names that you should be having in your pedigree. You know, a lot of these names. You know, everybody see Fat Bill and a lot of great dogs' pedigree. That just show you how Fat Bill was getting around. You know, look who he was breeding to. You know, and everybody that I'm talking about that had these great dogs, they came by way of great dogs. There's a pattern there. You can even see there's a formula there, y'all. And I'm a prime example of seeing it and using it. I'm a whole lot of first to my game. Remember, there's a whole, you know, they be thinking I'm bragging, but I can't tell y'all my story, you know, and y'all can't take it like it's my story. You know what I'm saying? Then what's the purpose, man? Why can't I tell y'all? You know, every time y'all see a Stone City Mayday breed, you best believe I was the first one to do it. Flat out, not bragging about it. Told y'all the story about it. They are verified themselves. My opportunity came when I got a chance to know Jesse, and my opportunity came I got to know Victor. I ended up with both of their dogs on my yard. And what them dogs produced was the beginning that when everybody else started doing it, look what we got. We do have Mayday Stone City dogs. But keep it in mind, I was the first one to do it, and I didn't have a bunch of dogs that I could come out there and do what everybody else was able to do with the line. But I definitely got me an all-around bitch out the deal. She had 4 champions. That was Baby. She was one of them ones, the first ones that came off of a Mayday Stone City breed. So I
Can
can
you
say
go
that I
back a
had
little
an
ways?
opportunity.
Can you go back a little ways and be like the Eli dogs you had, right? Like you had Eli Jr. stuff, didn't you?
No, I had Rascal. Yeah, I had
You had the
Rascal. I had Rascal.
oh, you had the Woods. You had Woods.
Shirley too, Black Jack, great grandmama. Is it a great grandmama or grandmama? Shirley too.
Shirley too. That's
Remember
ain't that
Pope?
Rascal's daughter?
Yeah, I think so. All I know is that's Black Jack's grandmother. That's not great grandmother.
Okay,
What's
yeah.
Shirley too? You know, Abernathy, whatever his name is, Shirley too. Well, Pope had Shirley too. Remember, I was breeding a Rascal, and the female that I was taking up there to breed the Rascal 3 was Shirley 2's daughter.
Okay, so that's where Dusty came from.
Yeah, Dusty came from Pope. I got Dusty from Pope as a puppy. And she was Joe Red's litter mate.
That shit is crazy to somebody like me. That's just crazy.
Yeah,
Like, man, come on. Your
yeah,
timing was just impeccable.
yes, it was. And that's how I got to
Dang.
meet TKO. It was TKO. Pope sent me to TKO.
What?
Pope sent me to TKO. He the one sent me up there. I went up there to breed to that Rascal 3 dog because Pope sent me that way.
Damn.
And I got a chance to meet Mr. Ficaro, whatever his name is, Francisco. But I got a chance. I spent 3 days up
Mendez
there with
now.
him, and
That's like
and
somebody saying, "Hey, I know where some cheap Rolexes are," and then you get there and they real Rolexes, but they still gonna give them to you for the dirt price. Like sometimes people don't know
man, break it.
they don't know the
Yes, sir.
frame of it.
Hey man, you know you can break in anytime, man.
I'm listening, man. I'm listening. I'm gonna tap in. I'm just listening, man.
Okay, well I'm going to tap out though. But yeah, man,
Hey,
I was
what did you ever see another dog as big and athletic and built like that as Mayday in your time?
man, if you ever literally got, I don't know how many people ever had a chance to literally see Mayday go, but man, you know, Mayday would have killed Yellow. Y'all hear me? Mayday would have killed Yellow Buck if they would have ever put Yellow Buck and Mayday together. First of all, Mayday would have got Yellow Buck because he wouldn't have Mayday couldn't have never made Yellow Buck's weight. Okay, I'm sure Victor wanted to go into Yellow Buck more than Yellow Buck wanted to go into Mayday. Not to say that Yellow Buck would have been scared because Yellow Buck beat champion Buster, and Buster from Work Kennels had already beat 2 champions before going to Mayday to Yellow Buck. So don't take nothing away from Grand Champion Yellow Buck because Grand Champion Yellow Buck, you know what I'm saying, he beat a badass dog. He beat that Work Kennels champion Buster, and Buster was a full-time winner going for his grand championship when he went into Yellow Buck. And it wasn't an easy match. But it would have been a great match between Yellow Buck and Mayday if they could have made the same weight. Yellow Buck went around 53, 55 at the most. Mayday, he couldn't have never made 55.
No,
And there's no way in the world I'd have been taking Yellow Buck going catch weight going into Mayday. He know better. He would have knew better. But they already had this back thing going on. You know, it used to be Dead End Kennels and Southern Kennels. You know, Dead End Kennels used to be running with, they did a lot of those dogs together with Southern Kennels, Victor and them. You know, and they did travel too. They went to Puerto Rico too. You know, Puerto Rico come over here to the States and States will go over there to Puerto Rico. So that whole there was a whole circle in that right there alone. Thanks to you know, Dade City and Dade County and Puerto Rico, a lot of great dogs got transferred between what was going on down there in Miami. You know, a lot of great dogs in that area.
Stan the Man.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Petey.
Well, yeah, I'm gonna tell you, I'm gonna get Triple M on here because I was telling everybody, you know, I think it was Jay Bo showed that there was a black guy that they was talking about Stampinato, and Stampinato used to be with a black guy. He was in Chicago. He used to own a machine shop. He had some money, but he was in the dogs. He had Stampinato in L.A. Knew the guy, and he actually. And this, I'm talking to L.A. now. This story is coming right out of L.A. mouth, and Triple M will verify because Triple M called him for me to tell me some stories, you know, and some things. And I just have not got around to convincing him to come on and do a show because that would be one of the most interesting. The man knew everybody. The man got some shit to tell y'all about the man. He'll tell you Honey Bunch had a sister. Shit. But he was telling me about the guy who had Stampinato. And he said that he seen Stampinato as a puppy and the guy showed him stomping out those papers. Now, as a puppy, and he's got the dog, I wonder what was on those papers, because he said that he looked at them, never paid attention to them, really. He looked at them. But when the issue came up about Stompanato and the way he was bred, he said he wished he could have looked at those papers a little bit closer. Because he said the man had the papers on Stompanato. And he was telling me the story about it, but, you know, there was a couple things that he was telling me a story about. But very interesting man, Ella and the Dream Team, yeah. And they mastered a lot of dogs over there. You know, and another thing about him, you know, he does artificial insemination. Yeah. Yeah, he said he into that cloning. Yeah, they cloning. that's the crazy thing. He was talking about cloning dogs and everything. Right, but you know, thanks to Triple M, you know what I mean? That's just like my boy Little Rock, you know. He know Mr. Hammond's like, you know, and trust me, I know, because I was on the phone with the man. You know, he called Gary Hammonds and I chopped it up with him. I'm time my nephew, he was down there with Russian Bill, and Russian Bill was talking, you know, about matching dogs. You know, he talking like I'm supposed to bow because he Russian Bill. I don't know, you know, maybe my nephew might be talking like that, but then we come down and eat up everything we are. No, better than that. Hope like 35 still around. My nephew, he'll tell you the story, but he was like, he had to get off. He went back to my nephew.
Oh, gee. Hey, fix the mic. Fix your mic. Fix your mic. Come.
Yeah, he was, got better?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Yeah, he was like, you know, he took me the wrong way. I ain't my nephew, man. We match dogs. Shoot, you ain't scaring nobody with that conversation. We'll be down there. And, you know, yeah, no problem. You know, it was like that, man. He was like, got off the phone with me and went back to my nephew. I was like, man, who was those guys? Do they do dogs for real?
Worst
Yeah,
nightmare.
man. Yes, sir. I give you respect, bro, but we match dogs. That dog's a talk for me. You ain't scaring nobody. Where you at? Ben, tell him we'll come down there. Yeah, let him know we can come. Shoot, man. He was like, man, them dudes is wild. He wasn't wild. He was just talking like I was supposed to be like, you know, he had 35. I'm Russian Bill. Russian Bill, I don't give a damn. You sound like you want to do a dog, Russian Bill. Oh, shit. Yeah, Bill, they never. Yeah, I knew he was. Yeah, he knew. Yeah, he found out who I was. Yeah, he did. But we did that to what's the dude's name? Man, there's a couple of them, man. We knew Boot Camp Click back in the day too. Both them boys, Backstreet, them dudes, and Boston Black in them. Man, we didn't call out all those guys. We called out all those guys, and you know, because we had those killers, and we was trying to exploit shit. You know, you got a good hand. You know when you got a good hand when everybody is riding with you. Like I used to ride with everybody. Now I got everybody riding with me. So you know, everybody gonna go where the money at.
You know, I wanted to ask you, OG, in this game, what dog lasted the longest for you? Like, what dog can you say out of all this competition, that sucker was almost there to the end? Female or
That
male?
that Jeep, man, that we went 3 hours and 17 minutes with. That I went up there with Lumpy and got that dog for that dude. He was full of pups. He was full of puppies because he bred her to Gator. That dog right there. Yeah, that dog turned out. Then a Little May sister produced a grand champion and a champion, and you'll find her being bred to May too, and they produced that carnivore and brick. But yeah, them guys, you know. But yeah, that was the baddest one. Cause to me, everybody, I saw the Radar Martell match, and that was one hell of a match. But the best match I ever been in was against that Gator dog, the Gator dog, and the dog that I beat him with was a son of a Dolly. Met his mom. He was met his half brother. When I say that's the best match, Radar Martell was doing this for a long time, but they wasn't biting like these two dogs was biting. And I seen Radar Martell. These two dogs was scrapping like dogs that just got let go at the 230 mark.
So Mayday's campaign was after some of his litter mates, right?
Which one? No, because they all got Dragon Lady, Choice, and Mayday. They was kind of doing them all at the same time. Either you're gonna have Mayday and Choice went on the same night, and you might have Dragon Lady and Choice, But no, Mayday was a champion when I bred to Red Ace to him. He was a grand champion when I bred Brat to him. But yeah, that dog, that Jeep dog was a badass dog. He was a good dog, In the end, 317, remember no auto hopes, no turns or nothing. The only turn came at the 315 mark. Now that's a dog. That's what you call getting down. Not a turn, not an auto hope, not nothing. For 3 hours and 15 minutes.
Yeah, that's hard. That's game.
Yeah. Yes, and they was putting it in. I wanted to stop it at the 230 mark. Because both of these dogs, we should have never met. We should have been meeting going for our grand championship. Then we could have got us a big buck of Sandman game. Because that's exactly what it should have been. Because there was no way that we could have, outside of these two dogs meeting, we could have went and got 4 wins and came back and met each other.
Yeah. I remember you was telling me about this one time. Yeah, you said that.
Yes, sir. Because we shouldn't have never met. We should have met at a later date. First of all, we shouldn't have never met because James Prinsaw sent that dog down there, and if it don't be for me being nice to somebody who come back to get me, look, here's the problem. Now I'm being a regular good dog, man. I'm helping with the store and everything, y'all. This dude took him up there, got him a dog and all this. You know why this dude got mad at me, man?
Wait, hold on, OJ. But wait, is this now? Some people don't understand how the nice guy can turn evil real quick in the dog game.
Oh yeah.
So this is definitely a case of the nice guy all of a sudden turned evil.
Mm-hmm. He wasn't a nice guy. He wasn't really a nice guy. I was being a nice guy.
I'm talking about you.
Oh yeah.
You could have.
I didn't even be. Man, I had no idea. No, I didn't even know. That was the thing. This dude, I'm riding with this dude through the whole trip.
That was
I
the
didn't
hustle.
even know. Right, but I'm gonna tell you what really got me in the end. Why he did that to me. You know what I mean? I know why he did that to me. Because everything he brought to my yard, man, I stopped. He had a
Oh,
two-time winner, and I stopped him in 15 minutes. He bought a dog from old vets, brought him over to my crib, and I stopped him. I stopped her. But I never knew that, that he was like, not really liking that shit. You know what I'm saying? You know, you ain't paying for this. He paid for that two-time winner, though. He had to pay for the two-time winner, but, I'm not thinking he taking this shit personal. He just learned a lesson. Some good shit, that's all. That was it. Shit, he's the one that made the breeding that produced Hershey in them. It wasn't even me. The very dude that produced the other side of the made two dogs. It was off at Sassy's brother, Gameville and them got. That dude that I went in to set me up is the same dude that made that breeding. He's the one I gave the two dogs to instead of putting them down. I gave them to him, and he made the breeding. And that's where Hershey and Gigi and all those dogs that came off of that line, which is May 2's son, produced those dogs. Same dude. And then he tried, I don't even know that
but you broke a lot of hearts, though. You broke a lot of hearts.
Sure.
That ain't the only one you broke a heart to, though. See, I think a lot of people don't know that the dog game follows you. So if you just destroyed somebody or lost, they gonna tell. They gonna figure out a way to stop you if they can. They're gonna find out what your dog did. That's why we have these weird situations about how a dog is bred. Because if your dog winning, don't nobody care how it's bred. They care about what dogs are they gonna breed to stop you.
Right. Or
And they
come over there
couldn't.
and try to get off of him because look, he's getting man, this dude has got all my pictures. He never gave me my pictures back. I had all the pictures of Windy City, y'all. I had took pictures with every dog on Bob Lowry's yard, y'all. And it was snow outside. It was snow outside. When I bred the Beetlejuice, I had a camera and I snapped pictures of every dog on his yard. It was up there 2 days. Love this dude, man. He was, most of the guys that I meet, man, can't do nothing but love them, man, because, they dog men. You know what I'm saying? I stayed with Millbuster a weekend. That's how I got over there to Mike Stewart's shit. Hanging out with him. Hanging out with Deep South was how I ran into Tom and them from ProSet. I'm all up in the DMV hanging out. I caught me a flight. Called Millbuster. Hey, man, come get me. Where you at? The airport. Are you here? Yeah, I'm here. Shit. I seen homie and everybody. I seen Damascus. I seen the whole yard. Took pictures of all them. Same thing over there at Mike Stewart's yard. I'm running around like a kid in a candy factory, just taking pictures. I don't know. I don't even know the dudes. I'm just hanging out. I'm looking at their dogs. You know what I'm saying? And remember, I ended up going back down there breeding the champion CD, Cock Diesel. Johnny Boy, I was doing what I thought all these other dog men were doing, and I think that's what I learned from doing what they was doing. Got me all over the place. I mean, from Buffalo to Rochester to Jersey to New York. I mean, I'm Carolina. I mean, I'm everywhere. And seeing some good dogs. I told you I used to go down to Ron John's and referee matches. He said he'd go to 100 boys dogs to get one. Now he said that. I ain't say it. Cherokee Kennels. I ain't say shit. He told me that. He said, once they get around that 40-minute mark, it's like they just know it's time to go home. If you're still there, you can get them.
What you trying to do?
My boyfriend B Crust had one. Boy, was a little female. She made champion. Name was Champion Missy. Missy going for number 4. Where was we at when she
said,
lost? What we up in Tallahassee?
She said, what is it?
That was Tallahassee. Yeah, we was up in Tallahassee. We went up there twice. Pale Rider. Okay. We went up there twice, man. We went up to Tally twice, man. He had a champion Missy. She was a Bulls female. Like he said, you go 40 minutes with her, you're going to see something. They all change. Look, I refereed a couple of his matches, and the ones that he lost always start happening around like 34, 35 minutes. All of a sudden, these dogs is doing the remarkable, looking like Queen.
What's happening? What's happening? Like I've heard it so many times, but what's happening? What's going on with the dog?
It's they 30, 40, they 40-minute dogs. That's all. They rough. They if you can't stand in there with them, you're gonna come out of there. You put a game dog on them, and they can pass that 40-minute mark. You're gonna win. Man, I know boys dogs out there. They got their champions all over the shit. You know, and then lost, and don't see that loss there. But I was standing right there when he quit. Standing right there. Mm-hmm.
Is it the heart rate?
I don't say that.
What do you think it is?
Nope.
Is it the heart rate?
I don't know if it's. I think it's genetics. I think that plays a big part. Like you know, they rough dogs, but you know, they lose interest. If you're still there, after they did everything they could do to you, they done. If they do
So
everything they want to do to you.
There's a light switch. There's a light switch that go off, and that's it.
Yeah.
Show's over.
And that's how they was doing. That's how they was doing. That's when the Red Boy dogs came through there and start knocking off. You start seeing all them go back down to them Bulls dogs, and you start looking at them dogs, champions and grand champions that used to be champions and shit like that. Go look at their pedigree. Go look at their pedigree, and then go look at their losses. They were losing the Red Boy dogs, yellow dogs off of Yellow John and shit like that. Red Boy, it was like they had exposure. These Red Boy dogs could take that beat and still keep coming. And they ain't like that shit. You know, I think that's why Queen got 8. But they probably trying to beat her because the fact that, you know, they could get her past 40 minutes, she might quit. Same with Pandy. You can get her past 40 minutes, she might have quit. Nobody was over there to stay with them. Shit. I'm telling you, man. I've seen some rough ass bulls talk. I'm telling you, Ron John will tell you. Cherokee Kennels will tell you. I've seen him win, and I've seen when he loses. And he said it. Takes 100. Got to go through 100 to get a good one. He said that.
You know he wasn't lying.
He said no, he said they 40-minute dogs. It's almost like a genetic thing to him. He tell you right off the back. And Missy did the same thing. I sat there and watched Missy win 3, become a champion. Then I saw her lose. As soon as she went past that down 35 minutes, she was ready to get up out of there. She done did everything she could do to this dog, and she couldn't stop that dog. And she ended up quitting on that dog. The dog didn't even have to come back. She just gave up. Mm-hmm. She was a Bulls dog. Pearl Rider did the same thing. Yep. Both of them good dogs. As soon as they hit that 40-minute mark, them dogs changed up quicker than a mug.
So you knew you didn't want to go the Boyles route.
I was never a fan. Never a fan.
Like, you ain't going that route. You never made the cross.
I tried to go on the back street. Man, I had Brat and Mama out trying to go into them boys over there in St. Louis. And then I came back again later on with Buck Rogers tried to go into them boys in St. Louis. They didn't want no parts of me. None. Shoot, I even called on boot. I knew boot camping them back in the day. I used to make phone calls everywhere. I was trying to get on. I wanted to go around there and see, you know, because that's what they was doing.
You
Shoot,
know, Buck
everybody was
Rogers is my all-time. That's my all-time favorite dog in my lifetime. That's my all-time favorite. Buck
doing. And he
Rogers,
was
man.
about. We just didn't get a
Shit.
chance to exploit him, you know. But I would put him up there in the top rankings. But the roughest dogs, I'm gonna tell you, Pit Dog, he's seen Kunta, aka Lil Mayday. And he'll tell you if he had ever seen Brat, he would have said, yeah, they litter mates. Cause they come right off the bat, they coming in destroying shit. Just like Red Ace did. They just didn't have that, you know, they was like the Tasmanian devil, you just let them out the box. They don't care where you're at. Just let them out the box. They're gonna be crazy anyway. That's the Mayday in them. To me, that was the Mayday in them. Yeah, the
Hey,
ability was definitely Red Ace.
hey, Mo, before
But
you
go ahead,
go,
game baby.
I got a question I want to ask you before you go, man.
Mm-hmm.
Mr. Mike was talking earlier about, a lot of times y'all didn't have to really go to the big stage to see what y'all need to see. Y'all got to see it on the yard, you know what I'm saying? Since we on the bus,
Mm.
um, how big is that, because I done seen it to, where it's true a lot of things that you going to the big shows for, you can see it on the yard, but then I done seen it where it get to the point where the friendly fire is too bad. You know what I'm saying? You have to go out, you know what I'm saying? Or you want to go out, you know what I'm saying? But when you go out and you go to the with these people or your so your counterparts, they could be it's important, like in y'all case, y'all was going y'all had the opportunity to know the top notch people, you know what I'm saying? So when y'all did go, y'all really got, like he said, y'all really got to see before y'all went to that next level. You know what I'm saying? How important you think that is?
It's very important because I know what a badass dog supposed to look like.
Yeah,
Before I had one, I got a chance to see a couple of them.
right,
So I know what kind of dogs I'm trying to feed.
right.
I got to depend on this shit when it comes to puppies. Here's the situation I learned. You know why I always breed the champions, y'all? You know why it's very important to me? Because if you keep on continuing to look at the pedigrees, I'm pointing it out to you. This is not something that I came up with. If you keep looking at these dogs, you're going to see they got a formula. And they consist of match dogs. Your percentages when it comes to you having puppies and you having to raise dogs to get one, let alone everybody else is a plus, but just to get one badass dog that you can go out there and win with. So your percentages are better when you're messing with a match dog. That's why we always bred the champions. And we always bred the champions that showed us, this champion, he probably came off a champion or he became off a producer of some champions. But you're going to find that dog on my yard. I don't care how he bred. And when it comes to, knowing what it looks like, yeah, I had a lot of experience knowing what it looked like by getting around. But one thing that I did on my yard, and this was a golden rule when I did not come back with Red Ace, if I got good dogs on my yard, then that means to tell me that by the time I come off my yard, put my dogs on each other, and the dogs that survive that, being a Marine like I am, a Marine, we're going to put them on each other. And the winner's going to be the one to make the team, period. I'm going to find that out on my own yard. Because when I step off the yard, ain't too many people matching up to that shit. I don't have no problem. Everybody beware when I come off the yard. Because usually when I come off the yard, I ain't got to go but 2 visits and then everybody's ready to go match. He's ready. He's ready. Because I did all my homework at home. There's a level that I find out on my yard. My caliber starts on my yard. I'm putting the best on the best. The best going to be the one I take out of here. Them are the ones going to be hard to beat. You know what I'm saying?
Okay.
Now, one time if I ever had to stop one and say, I could do both of these, shit, somebody going to lose. somebody going down, because that's what we're here for. We're not going to get that caliber dog out there looking for a roll. Not the kind of, when I come off the yard, I don't think nobody got that caliber waiting on me. I sit there and watch the dude sit there and go through three dogs and smash all three of them in less than 5, 10 minutes. And boy, he thought he was on top of the world. He calling everybody, calling out one more. I got one more in me. I got one more in me. And I'm sitting there. I'm bringing mine. I'm thinking I'm just gonna put mine on a fresh one. No, you got one? Oh yeah, I got one. I got Buck Rogers. And what he seen, what Buck Rogers did to him in 10 minutes, had him looking crazy. Buck Rogers was totally outclassed this dog. Ran through him like he wasn't nothing. But this is because now I'm off the yard with Buck Rogers.
Like
Remember,
he was a puppy.
That's right. He already shut down Yellow Day, and Yellow Day was the baddest one in the litter, we thought. You know what I'm saying? He already shut down Bucko. We knew Bucko was going to be game. We just wanted to see if Bucko would quit. He was so damn game. He was crazy, but he was game. He wasn't a match dog. And he was the first dog I sold. You know, Yellow Day got stolen. But yeah, we took him off the yard. We did him one more time, and it didn't go but 7 minutes. So we said, let's go match this dog. And we did. You know, and he was, I mean, to me, he was the perfect combination of Mayday and Yellow Buck. He really was. That's what made them special. That whole litter was a nice last litter. One, I had a chance to show them, see them shine as puppies, and then I got a chance to show they're all the right dog men. They couldn't stand each other. You know what I mean? They had a chance to witness something. And I just so happened to be the one doing it. But out of that, I got Buck Rogers, and without Buck Rogers, I wouldn't have got Roger Ramjet Barrow or 10-4, none of those dogs, because he only had one litter. Just like his daddy, Little Buck, didn't have but one litter. Remember, I didn't get breedings out of these dogs. But the dogs that I did get off of them, look how they did. You know, but look at the dogs, look how they were bred. I love Stone City. I love Hardcore. I love Southern Kennels. I love their dogs. It's not that I'm biased. I seen they shit win all the time. All the time. I like to go out there. I mean, I'm doing the same thing in Florida, running around with them that I was doing up north, running around with them. They all had badass dogs. You know? Big Mike had dog of the year. Worst thing he could have did is brought that dog back out and took him up to Detroit and went in the Ram. Flash was just that bulldog. He had Doogie's number. He should have knew he was in trouble when he couldn't go out there and take Doogie and knock him off. Doogie was a rough dog, but Flash was rough too. Flash was that booze and bark shit. And the Flash had that booze and bark in him.
Hey,
he was game.
So out of all the ones that took the bottom on your yard, knowing what you know, being experienced as you are, if you had to, even though that they weren't your picks, which out of, if any, you think you could have took one and still got a W with any of them that you decided not to?
To be honest, fam.
Now don't forget you had like 40 something on the yard, and y'all remember when y'all cut?
Yeah, I had 80 went to 40. Yeah. Yeah, but here's the thing. I would never, I mean, knowing what I know now, I think it was the best thing I could have ever done doing it that way. Because it always kept me at a high level in the dogs that I took out.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I ain't saying not to do it. I'm just saying if it was like out of every one of them that you said, you look, not the one that you gave away, the one, he still earned a spot on the yard. You feel what I'm saying? Still got a change spot.
Right.
If your back was against the wall, you was just showcasing. I'm this GAK. This GHK. I'm finna show you what I really know. I'm gonna take my not so great or my number two and still perform like number one.
You want the truth? I'm telling you the truth now.
Yes, sir.
I got 357. I got 357, and then I got a 22. Which one? Which one you think
The
I'm gonna
350.
grab, bro?
You gonna
Okay.
go grab 357. You gonna grab
Okay.
357 all the time.
Okay. And that's the attitude that I got. And that's the honest truth.
I ain't expecting nothing else out you, twin. I was just trying to get something out of you, man. I knew what you was gonna say, man. I didn't expect. I don't expect nothing.
I mean, if a dog get picked up on my yard, that mean he can get picked up out there. You never know what you're gonna run into out there. You know what I'm saying? You never know. So once you see it, you know what I'm saying? Do the dog a favor. I didn't put him through his worst. If you go down on me, you don't understand what it takes to get back to the chain. You are down there. We game testing shit now.
Right.
You know what I mean? Your career is over. You just want to make sure that I got to patch you up and put you back on the chain. You know what I'm saying? Other than that, no, we're trying to look for chain space, bro. For real.
Facts.
All of them didn't make it. All of them don't make it. You put them down there and put them in that situation, you best to quit. No, but look, again, I didn't make this shit up. I was shown that shit. Let me tell you something about James Pope. James Pope didn't match no dogs. Stone City didn't match no. I mean, they matched dogs, but they would put their best on their best. Hardcore would put the best on their best in a minute. Nate and Joe put the best on their best. Shoot, they have more great matches on the yard than they have out there in the circuit. They Rose beat matches. That's why on Sunday everybody wanted to do them. Remember, I put Little Mayday on Charlie. Charlie was the one going into Tyrone. I put Little Mayday on him. And everybody started talking about Mayday dogs after I did that. What the hell that twin them got? 15-month-old puppy doing that. Better get Charlie's ass before he don't make it. He would have never made it to Picard. That left his ass there another 10 minutes. He would have never made it to Tyrone. He left his ass there another 10 minutes with a 15-month-old killer. Lil Manny was on his ass. Surprised everybody. Everybody was shocked. They didn't know nothing about no Mayday. They knew something about him that day. Next thing you know, Lil Wayne got him a Mayday dog. Now you got Mayday. Now everybody's starting to talk about Mayday. You hear a lot of young dudes from Ohio tell you Mayday. Shit, Mayday. We had the first Mayday dogs over here in Ohio. Yeah. Then none of that shit came from up north. None of it. All those Mayday dogs, y'all. We was the only one that had a Mayday dog from up north. All those champions, they were not from up north. I can give you New York, Big Apple in them, but then you gotta remember Angel was up there in Connecticut with Mayday in them. So they was winning up in that area anyway. But we're talking about them offsprings. All them offsprings was down south. They was down south dogs. Damn near every one of them I know. Hunch wasn't, but shit, Baby and them, they was bought out of the South. All of them was bought out of the South. Every one of them was bought out of the South. 600, all of them out of the South. Twisted had brother. They had one named Bam Bam. He was a damn champion. He just wasn't registered. But there was a lot of dogs, that didn't get registered out there. A few of them. But, I would have to say we weren't the only ones doing that. And that's why they were 90%ers. I got good people up there in the land. We call Cleveland the land. You know, they got that mentality. You know, they don't like bumping they shit unless you got something that you trying to bump to try to see. You know, we got prospects. Don't bring your road dog. I don't need to see your road dog. I need to see your prospect. You see what I'm saying? That's what they wanted to do. They ain't trying to roll just to roll. They need to see prospects. You got a prospect, I got a prospect. Let's do something Sunday. Okay. You know, bring your prospects.
That's
You
how
know,
you form the tell them that's how you form the contest.
yeah, that's really it. You got to, you know, when you leave the yard, you should already have your questions answered. And all you had to do, all you doing is going out there. You know, you already got the nitro in your shit. You didn't already tune the engine, everything before you pull that
Campaign,
driveway.
campaign.
Man, I'm right. You didn't already you already got your shit. Your shit be purring. When you come out there and go knock on somebody's door. You know what I'm saying? And that's when you're ready. You know, you do your homework at home because that's where your caliber is. Don't ever look for your caliber to be on anybody else's yard. Your dog could go out there and beat everybody else's dog in the neighborhood or everybody in your area, and everybody be jockeying because your dog's is good. But here's the question. The question is they dogs on your level? That's the question, because are you on that level to be able to take your dog out beyond them and further out? You need to know all that before you leave the yard. You go out there and beat up on everybody around you, guess what? Go look outside of that and go find another one. And you'll do that by matching them. Then you'll really know how good your shit is. You know, you did everything else, but now it's time for you to do the big thing. Take him out there on the circuit. You know, caliber makes the difference. It's the area. That's why some dogs look so bad when they go into another area, or you know, they had unlucky days where you got blew through. Well, I mean, come on, man. Imagine the guys that went in the panty. Imagine the 4 people that went in the panty. Just imagine that. I'm sure, you know, and these is not low, you know,
For one,
$500
they
numbers.
was lucky though. For one, they was lucky to go through a dog like Pandy. You know, we
Yeah,
forget a loss ain't got nothing to do with a bad situation.
so don't. Just going into is a bad situation. I mean, and that's for real. I mean, I know 9 Millie. I seen 9 Millie go. I mean, I seen her when she took out the wee hut chip, and she was a good dog. So she definitely deserved Dog of the Year. But did she really deserve it over Pandy? No. You know what I mean? She made grand champion. That was Mike's only grand champion. All the champions Big Mike got, and that was his first grand champion. All them years, he finally got him a grand champion. She was a female, and she worked. She won that honorably too. I mean, she didn't even have no teeth in her mouth, y'all, and she could still bite the shit out your ass. She'd break your ass down. She was rough as hell. 9 Millie was a 9 Millie. She was a 9 Millie, and she didn't have all her choppers in her mouth, and she could still break one down. She was rough. She went 1 hour and 20 on a good one to win her championship, her grand championship. So she definitely deserved it. I got a picture with my KP sitting up there on Big Mike's couch holding 9 Millie. You know, I put a big happy face on there so y'all won't see his face. Or I'll probably just blur him out and show you a picture of her. But yeah, I got a picture of 9 Millie. Yeah, Pandy was. She was a freak of nature. She reminded me of Red Ace. I mean, if there's anybody that I would have to say that was close to like Pandy, I would have to say, and this is no lie, I would put Pandy and Queen of Heart as the 2 roughest dogs I've ever seen. 2 of the baddest dogs I've ever seen. And I've seen a lot of the good dogs. But they was 2 of the roughest dogs I've ever seen. Now, who would I compare that to?
You talking about pound for pound?
I mean, pound for pound, they was the 2 of the baddest dogs I've ever seen. Now, I'm saying that. You know what I'm saying? I can put it like this.
I could never put Brat on the same level as them because who they are, and that's because I don't want to step on people that I admire anyway, especially their dogs. But I would have to tell you, Brat was like that. Brat was like that. Brat bit down everything just like her mama, like it wasn't nothing. Yeah, Brat was a killer. She ain't had no problem going in there wrecking shit. Her favorite move. She gonna break you off until she get where she want. And where she want, once she get there, it's over. That's stifle. That back end. Red Ace was like that, and her daughter was like that. She was a very rough ass dog. And then everything was like that. Look, all those going hard dogs, they average matches didn't go over 40 minutes. All of them. All of them. You can go out there and pull up pedigrees, and these are other people's hands. Watch what you're going to see. You're going to see them saying that back end style. You know what I mean? You're going to hear them bragging about their back end style. So what a day was like that. What a day didn't go past 20 minutes. They was just, and if you notice, there was the females. Look at the females coming off of Mayday. Chanel, she never went over 30. You know what I'm saying? Annabelle, she never went over 40. You know what I'm saying? Brat never went past 30. These are just the females off of Mayday. May never went over 40. These are daughters off of Mayday. The bitches was rougher than the males. Males had to put in some work, but them bitches blew up. All them was champions. Every single one of my name was champions. Hannah never went over 30. You see what I'm saying? Females. These were females off of Mayday. So Mayday was producing killing bitches. Every one of them was killers. Every single one of them.
What do you think the last of the Mayday dogs? When do you think it stopped? When do you think it? How people be like, "Well, I got a Mayday dog." When do you think the last of the Mayday dogs were produced? Just if you could just throw a guess out there. 94?
No, I would have to say they haven't stopped because I see a lot of champions out there being, reverting back to that King T. You know what I'm saying? If you don't know, you should. I can tell you, Mayday dogs are still out there.
So you think Mayday produced? I'm talking about Mayday himself. When do you think his last production was?
I can't say because he got like 15, 16 champions. Last I counted 17 of them. And they went into the 2000s, the early 2000s, like no more than like 2003, 4.
Direct sons. So you're saying direct sons from Mayday were still in the 2000s?
Yeah, Graveyard now. Graveyard was in the 2000. Yeah, Graveyard was in the 2000. Champion Graveyard, Champion Monster was in the
2004, 2003. When do you think the last of the Mayday straight off of Mayday was?
Yeah, 2003, 2004. I'm talking about dogs that was still coming off of Mayday. It was champions. Yeah. And grand champions. Yep. Yep. I would have to put it right around that time right there. Yeah. Because look, little Mayday is off of Mayday. He went into Waco in 2003. He was 7 going on. He was 8 years old. If the months was right, he was in his eighth year. He was 8 years old when he went to Waco. Yep. Remember, I bred Red Ace to Mayday when he was a champion. He's a 4-time winner when I bred to Mayday. Mayday made Dog of the Year as a grand champion in '96.
So did you see Mayday after '99 or never? That was it.
No, the last time I saw Mayday was when I went to go get Brat, and she was sick, and I wouldn't take her. That was the last time I saw Mayday. Victor moved him and Brat out there to Ecuador when he left. He took her with him. That was my last time seeing Mayday. Prior to that, I'd seen Mayday several times. You know, I bred to him twice, but
So what year? What year did he leave? 2000, 2002, or 90. Left
no, it was in the
99.
2000s. Yep, 99. Yes, yep, 99. 90 might have been even 98. Because it wasn't long after he made his grand championship. That was in 96. He made Dog of the Year. So I would say 2 years after that, because we was breeding Brat to him then. Yeah. Yeah. That was about right. Yeah, that was about right. Because I wasn't on the farm yet when I went and got her. I was on the farm when she had the puppy. Made 2 pups. Nope, I was on the, still, I didn't even have the farm yet. So it was around 99, 98, 99 was when Victor left.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
He took a lot of the game with him too.
It was already here. Shit. When Manny left, it was already here. 600 was here. I just named off the females, all the females that was here. Noriega was here. 600 was here.
Victor wasn't here
Hunch was
though.
here.
Vic
Luke
wasn't here
came, but
though.
all of them were champions already when he left. When
You know,
Manny left,
sometimes we're gonna look back at these shows of you guys, you GHK, and a lot of guys are gonna wish they had a called in. You know, like there's a lot of people I know that wish they could have just talked to Victor one more time because he left a lot of the game. He took a lot of the game with him. I think he still had a lot to give back to certain people that he kind of just took money from. You know what I mean? Like you were somebody that was like a family member, but there's some people that were just straight customers. You know what I'm saying? So they didn't understand how cool he was. You know,
no,
but
they really did. Yeah. But Victor's about that money, though. And in the end, I'm going to tell you, it wasn't about the money. Victor wanted Mayday to get his props, period. Victor knew he was onto something. Look, Mayday came out of a litter of 2 champion females right along with him. You see what I'm saying? When he started breeding Mayday, I don't think Victor knew. You know, it took Victor, 2 years of sitting there watching? Because Brat was the first one that popped up. And then Luke came. They was the first actual Mayday dogs that really popped out there on the circuit. But when them 2 popped up, it was like a
it was a
wave
frenzy.
effect.
It was a frenzy.
No name in them. They got Barracuda down there with them. They got May down there with them. They start selling off some of their shit. That's when everybody else start getting their hands on them. But they was already in a particular area. Twisted. All of them was right there, and all them dogs was right there in one area. No name in them. They sold May to Tom. So she was down there in that area. Noriega got sold. Victor sold him. Barracuda was down there with no name. You know, all these dogs was on 1 yard. Luke Kane and Twister was on 1 yard.
That's why I kind of asked you, did you feel like that there was a tension going on, that maybe it was the money making everybody go frenzy, or it was the craze, or it was like Velcro?
It was the wins, bro. We didn't know. I guarantee you, the people that got these dogs off of Mayday had no idea that these dogs was gonna turn out like they did. If they was riding on anything, they was riding on Mayday, period. Right. They was, remember, when they got their dog, they was like, they didn't give a damn about their papers or Victor. Okay. There was some of these dudes out there didn't give a damn about that shit. They was out there matching these dogs. You know, Victor had to pull me in, man, help me, man. You know, Victor can't talk good English. But he wanted to make sure that Mayday got his props. He was very fluent about that. There was one thing I understood about Victor. He wanted to make Mayday great. And he knew he had some badass dogs coming off of that dog. And he didn't have none of them on his yard. Not a one. Not a one. Yeah. Not a one of them dogs was on his yard. Hunch wasn't none of them on his yard. 600, none of them. Noriega, Kike Diesel, none of them. Yep, Great Monster. Wasn't none of them on his yard, man. He wasn't none of them champions. Damn near, I can count up 16 of them, because I know one of them came off the yard, but 16 dogs. But the ones he left before he left Florida, man, they had like 9, 10 champions right here. Right here. There wasn't none of them being matched by Southern Kennels either. That tells you a lot. And he knew what he had out there, because he was demanding that everybody report your matches. Stop doing what y'all doing and report your matches, please. Give my dog his props. You know, and I was just so be in the right place to help him get it done. Because I knew what two bad motherfuckers was. That was Barracuda and Twisted. Okay? I knew what them two was. Okay? I totally knew what they was. You know? And same with Tom. Tom bought May and made her a champion just by going into Fat Bill. He bought her just to go into 2 champions. He wanted Nene and he wanted Chi-Chi. That's all Tom wanted anyway. Tom went and got his other dogs from Hardcore. You see what I'm saying? And then he went and got him some Stone City stuff. Now, where do you think they picking this shit up from? I'm the one sitting with it all on my yard. Maydays, Stone City, and Hardcore Kennels. Now everybody doing it. You know what I mean? Everybody was doing it.
So
Everybody
the gentleman's sport. So the gentleman's sport. You know, that almighty dollar kicked in.
You was breaking up. Go ahead, say it.
You know, the almighty dollar. You know, the business kicked in. Oh no, I said the business kicked in, and the almighty dollar took over the game.
I don't think it was
because
really,
they didn't. If they had paid you, now think about this. What if you had a guy paid because you had the first situation? Like, I don't think people see how you had the first situation, right? Like, say if that was the way it was going to go. Yeah.
Go ahead. Ramil, you there? Did we lose him? Yeah, we lost him. Okay, Game Breaker. You there? You there, Breaker? Game Breaker, you there?
Yes, sir. My bad. My mic was muted, man. I was doing something. My mic was muted. Yes, sir. I'm here.
His mic is off.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you hear me? Can you hear me?
Okay, here. Let me see.
Okay.
Yeah, I get you now. Yeah.
My mic was.
All right. Now, I know what he was saying. What he was saying was Was it a money thing? I don't think it was a money thing to Victor. I think it became a money thing to Victor once he got over in Ecuador. Once he got over in Ecuador, Mayday was already famous. He was famous before he left. And long as those dogs kept on winning, he was getting even more famous. You know what I'm saying? Mayday was the hot commodity. He was the hot commodity. I mean, look at. I told you I counted 10, 11 champions and grand champions when by the time Victor got ready to take Mayday out of the United States. And then not one of them was being campaigned by Victor.
Damn.
Yeah, and now my question's always been, why did the Mayday dogs change once he got to Ecuador? And you gotta remember when I asked that question, I'm also asking the question because of my experience. Remember, I bred took two females down to Miami to breed the Mayday. One was Yellow Apache. That was the mother to, she was the Yellow Apache was the mother to Sassy Girl. Sassy Girl is the mother to Baby and Buck Rogers. But I took Yellow Apache down there to breed to Mayday and took her and Brat together. They were both in heat. Yellow Apache looked skinny, but she didn't look sick. Brat looked sick, and that's why I refused to take Brat. I'm not taking her home like that where she can go home and die on me. But in the end, Yellow Apache was sick because she had babesia, and I didn't know it. And I tried to breed her to Little Buck, and that's where Little Buck picked it up from. Because when I bred Little Buck to her, not long after that, she got sicker. She didn't have puppies. She ended up dying from babesia. Instead of having puppies, she died. Then, Little Buck, not knowing still, I'm putting him through a keep, and it just got worse. And he died the day before he was to be matched from babesia. So, so we didn't get but 1 litter out of all those breedings. Told Victor to take Brat with him, and if she died, he can just send me Mayday. And I meant that.
Yeah.
And you read the back of that picture he signed of her and Mayday being bred, how hard he worked on that. He worked hard to save my bitch, and he worked hard to get that breeding off of Mayday. Now, keep in mind, we have made 2 straws. And if they made 2 straws, they will always be able to verify if Brat and Maytu had the same sire. You know what I'm saying? And if anybody wanted to check Kunta, don't think we don't have the DNA to check it.
Hey man, that fucked
Anybody
me
got
up,
a son?
man. Hey, when I got back and seen them shows, man, and I hit you and I just really started looking at that dog and paying attention to everything you've been saying and giving us the history on all the Mayday shit and all the little details, the feed and all this shit. I said, man, the shit that about but they didn't want to go into you with it. I was like, man, that's crazy. And it made me think like, I wonder how like this, you just happen to be one that can expound on it and tell it, but how often have shit like that went on? You know what I'm saying? The dog that's really behind the dog that you think the dog.
Right. And I'm the whole time I'm always saying that, you look at that picture of Kunta, he looks like Brat. And when I say that, I always told Mike, don't he look like Lil Mayday? I always told Mike that. But because he was so good, we was gonna put Buck Rogers on him. Not knowing if he was Mayday or not, Lil Mayday or not. I would have knew if I got there that night, but that's for damn sure. But I've always felt like, you know, he looked like Little Mayday, but I didn't never assume until I saw the picture of a dog's body. Once I saw his body in the hole, there was one thing that they had in common that you could never deter me away from. That stripe on their neck.
Yeah.
I had Little Mayday on my yard. Brat was not raised on my yard. Little Ben had Brat down there in Virginia, Norfolk, Virginia. I had Little Mayday. Little Mayday had never left my yard. When Little Mayday left my yard is when I left him up there with Storm and Norman to go take Pretty Mama, to go match her and Brat, expecting to get him back. But trust me, he was 20 months old. I know my dog. You don't have a dog for that long. And like I said, I saw him break Brat's leg and I saw him destroy Charlie at 15 months old.
Right.
And and the only thing that I could get back out of him when I went up there, sent my KP up there to get that dog, was 2 puppies. That's it. 2 puppies. And that female puppy is the first Mayday Stone City breeding. And that little chocolate male is really the foundation of game be on them dogs until they got made to. Then they completed the puzzle, because then now they got Little Mayday and they got made to Brat's son. So they was able to put that shit together and create their own line of dogs with them. You see what I'm saying? So they had both of them. They had Little Mayday, they had Brat, and they had Little Mayday. And then they went down there and thinking they was putting some kunta to their stuff. And that's why they dogs got that kunta in them, and they so good, because that ain't the kunta that they're looking at is his papers, but what you were really breeding to is back into the Mayday, Little Mayday. That's why that shit was working. And if you really want to really break it down, you really want to really get in detail with it, all you got to do is go and analyze Kunta's pedigree. The way it is, Newman's buck bred to Butcher Knife Wilma. I mean, Butcher Knife, if anybody did that, he put the papers on the dog. Now, do your homework. Anybody's got any doubt to what I'm saying, not just the look, I can solidify it. Go into that dog's pedigree and you tell me, is that's the only dog that dog produced looking like that? Because it's not in his pedigree for him to have anything like him. Nothing. Newman Buck produced buckskin dogs. Wilma had to be a black dog because she was double bred T-boy, who was a black dog. So where did this red-nosed dog come from? You see what I'm saying?
You can't explain it. It's shit.
There's nothing to argue about.
And it'd be a lot of that too. Like another example that I can think about, which it might not get correct all the way, is that Thrift Bobby Jr. dog, where they was that pedigree on him, and then they made that new pedigree with the and when you seen the new pedigree, you damn near like, man, that pedigree damn near make more sense than the original. You know what I'm saying?
That's it, because them old dog men, when they selling those dogs, they didn't care.
Yeah.
The dog get a name, they gotta make it right.
Right.
That's what it be coming out. You know, I ain't taking, again, I don't take nothing away from Butcher Boy because he had a good dog. I put something on him. Right?
Right.
Nobody knows the story but him. You see what I'm saying? Right. You got a badass dog. Trust me, I know he was a badass dog. You don't want him to be, you gotta put something there.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? And that would, it's a lot to change history, because Newman's Buck made his registered mare off of Kunta. So you take that off of him and put it where it's supposed to be. You just adding another champion to Mayday's list of champions already. and you're taking a dog off the registered mare list who's a champion, has been a champion and registered mare for years. So, there's a lot to have to stand up to. It's not like he stole the dog either. You know what I mean?
Right.
So I have no ill feelings or anything. I thank him more than anything. I thank him because he had a bad motherfucking dog and he knew what to do with it, and he did it. And if you go look at his wins, it will relate to putting the puzzle together. Like going hard shit don't go long. That's Bradley and my brother, and he didn't go long. You know what I'm saying? I think his longest match was against Punta, and it was like 36 minutes. Wacko, what his longest match was against Wacko, and that was like 36 minutes, and he blew through Wacko, destroyed him. But the characteristics and the traits don't lie.
Right.
And then the age. Somewhere along the line, they realized how that dog was not a young dog.
I believe it.
I think there was a time that I had, Rat's birthday on my website. I used to have a website, and I had her date of birth on there. I think that's when they realized how old she was. Because in 2003, they was 8 years old.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Hey, I was sitting here listening to you a second ago, man, when you was talking about seeing what you need to see on the yard and things, man. I remember I'm gonna say this. Think about this to the chat, you know what I'm saying? Anybody out there think of you being on the level, one time a guy, you know what I'm saying? A guy probably on the level like of a twin or something, you know what I'm saying? Maybe not level, but you get what I'm saying. He told me just because you look good against me don't mean you still got what it take to go to the next level. So my argument was, well, it got to mean something because you when you come out you know more you know your the odds in your favor. He was like, yeah, but what you looking for and what I'm looking for is different, and a lot of times what you see the dog you see it might be really, you know what I'm saying, he had got to the point where he had a lot of them, so it might be the dog actually first time. So I'm thinking I done did something, but it's really some of his least dogs. You feel what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
I think when you're doing it that way, man, when you're doing it that way, you gotta just be in your, it has nothing to do with everybody else and what they're doing. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
To me, I felt like I had good dogs on the yard. You know what I'm saying? And if these good dogs who can survive and make the team, then that means when I walk off the yard, I'm not just walking off the yard to look good in a row. I'm walking off the yard to go out there and play like the big boys and be able to win like the big boys. And maybe this time, maybe I got one like them. See, Victor, through all my hard work by losing judo and I have my glory days with judo. I have my glory days with blood and bruiser. Mikey, that win over the Legion was my pinnacle moment in my years in the dog game. I must always still brag about that one. You know what I'm saying? And the only reason I'm bragging about it because, Legion of Doom is somebody that, got to give much love and respect to because guess what? They don't come out to lose. And they sure as hell didn't never make it a habit. And when I say they bought Bulldogs, when they do come, they go for their grand champions. They get them. You know what I mean? So, just to be, back then for me to even be able to say I got that win on top of everything else I experienced in the dog game, I would have to say that would be my Tommy Boy would have been my biggest But to win a best in show off the Legion of Doom was definitely to this day, my biggest. Nothing made me more prouder than be able to scratch Brat, to finally get over that hurdle of being able to say, I got a champion. You know what I'm saying? That was the feeling for me, to be able to scratch Brat for that money, knowing that she's going to be a champion.
Right.
She was my first champion.
Hey, well, let me say this, man. I'm gonna have to get off of here, man. I gotta give you your flowers, man. Anybody, you know what I'm saying, out there in the chat, the whole reason y'all done seen me popping out every now and then is because of twin them, you know what I'm saying? First, like I told Book, the first time me doing anything, you know what I'm saying, I was on the phone with Pro. Man, who is twin? Who is going GHK? You know what I'm saying? Getting to talk to them, Mr. J-Bo, you know what I'm saying? Long live J-Bo. Getting to hear Schoolboy, Roster Man to the Maximum, Bakary, the brother, what's the Slingshot, all these guys that, a brother like me wouldn't know with guys like this, without guys like this. You know what I'm saying? Man, I shaped my whole vacation around being able to go see Twin them one time. You know what I'm saying? And when I met them, within a couple seconds of meeting them, I knew that they were everything that I said. You know what I mean? That they said they were. You know what I'm saying? I seen a couple things, and you know what I'm saying. It didn't take much. You know what I'm saying? So I salute. You know what I'm saying? I had a lot of hands-on experience with the dogs, but being able to listen to these legends, these kings, turn a lot of these pictures that were gray, put color to them. You know what I'm saying? They get to tell you about the dog that you only see in the pedigree. And you just see this dog. You know it's a dog of notoriety, but they know the backstory of the dog. They know the owner of the dog. They know why I got bred. They know the owner before that. A lot of those things for me, it wouldn't happen without these guys. So I can't do nothing but salute, man. Give praise, give honor, man. If ain't nobody listening, I'm listening. Every week I'm waiting on, man, goddamn, it ain't Tuesday yet. Talk shit Tuesday ain't came yet. Damn, it ain't Friday yet. You know what I'm saying? Even before that, when the game dog talk, pro, I mean not pro, Kev and them, you know what I'm saying? Even now with the shit that go on every day, you know what I'm saying? It feed the, when you got that bulldog in
Right.
you, you know what I'm saying? It just, it don't leave you, you know what I'm saying, man? I just appreciate it, man. That ain't nothing but love. And man, I need some of that. I need some of that gear, twin. I need it, man. But salute, man. Much love to everybody, man. I appreciate it, man.
I mean, I appreciate you coming on the show, man. Always open your door to be a guest, man. You can always come up in here. And Mike keep it like this, man. I invite everybody to come up and sit down and chill
Oh
out
yeah,
and,
and
and,
tell
and kick
Mr.
the floor.
Mike, don't forget, I'm gonna hit y'all on the back street. When I came, he told me that he was gonna make sure that you gave me some. I know y'all remember what he said. I know you
Oh
remember
yeah,
what he said. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I just threw that out there
yeah.
because
Oh, that's still, man.
go ahead.
You you've been paying attention, haven't you?
Yeah, yeah, it's
You okay? So you start rubbing your
man, come
hands
on,
and
man.
start putting your hands together. Yeah, baby.
Yes, yes, sir.
Yeah,
Yes,
baby.
sir. Yes,
Yeah,
sir.
because you
Yes,
know I'm
sir.
gonna keep. We don't, man. My word is bond.
I already know. Man, like I told you, most of the time I want to call you, I don't even gotta call you. All I gotta do is turn on the show, man. It's I'm damn not wasting your time because you already done said it. You feel what I'm saying? But it's much
That's
love,
right.
man. My phone finna go dead, but I got to tap in with you to get that gear, man. I got to have that gear, twin.
You got it, fam.
Yes, sir. Salute to everybody,
Always.
man. Much
I got
love, man.
All right, Game Breaker. Everybody, man, y'all know, make that shout out there, man. Send that shout out to my boy, man, Game Breaker. Hey, Anthro. Hey, guess what, man? I put, I highlighted your thing. Okay, you see these combined. Guess what? You just got me to do a show. Okay, I'm gonna do a show. We're gonna put your theory to a test. I hope you know as much as I do. I need your help. All right. You gather up the boys, dogs. The email's down there at the bottom somewhere, and you send me your information, and we're gonna put it together. And you said combined, okay? You said boils bread more. grand champions in Southern Kennels and Stone City. Okay, you didn't say Windy City now. So you said Boyles. Ronnie Boyles. Queen and Pandy didn't. Okay, Red Ace quit. But Red Ace, I don't have to use Red Ace. I can put Brat right up there with Queen and Pandy and be able to stand on it. And I can look in the journal and see my dog champion like they was crushing shit. Maybe we couldn't get to 4 and 5 like they did. A Little May brother, Little Mayday, Mr. Anthro. But I ain't gonna stop there. I'm gonna finish you up with, we're gonna test your theory. Ronnie Boyles. We ain't going with Windy City's whole Bull, Jose's Bull. No, you can't go grabbing him because you said Ronnie Boyles. Everything coming off of Ronnie Boyles. All right, and I can guarantee you, made it and produced but 2 grand champions. But I got a lot to add at that when I go get Stone City. When you want to go to you had a better shot at the champion than you did the grand champion. Go with grand, and Beast. And, they had, we just talking about yeah, it did glitch. It glitched. Yeah, but I think that would be a good. That's a good one. I think that would be a good count. To me, they were both good lines. You're thinking to make a good show. I like to see it. Put it to the test. I think it would make a good conversation because the Bulls. Okay, my bad. Hey, guys, give me a thumbs up on that. But how are you making the rules here, bro? What's the rules here? Hold on, Anthro. I had to go back and check that out right quick. What you said. It was a banking statement like limited edition experience only dogs Victor bred, not the ones that Maddie produced to other female. What do you mean by that? Brat was bred to other females. I mean, she don't count. I mean, that is his daughter. I bred Brat. Did that count? I'll make it stay, Mike. I just try to make sure you make sure you got it right, because I mean, when you say Victor bred, not the ones made and produced to other females. Well, I bred Brat. I'm the breeder to Brat. That means she don't count. I just trying to get some clarification. You know, that's all. Just trying to make sure. And you know, most of the dogs like Twisted. I think he was off of some dog bread, Manny bread, but there wasn't too many of them out there that didn't come from Victor. You know what I mean? I know that first bunch of those dogs, they came from Victor. Now, I was probably one of the very few people that had a dog off of Mayday that wasn't, off of Southern Kennels Yard. I can say that much. But even in the conversation as a whole, man, I think it's a good conversation, though, bro. I think that would be a good conversation, Anthro. My man, FB for Fire said, I think it was much better when we could see you talking to us on the cam, twin. Hey, turn the cam on, man. There you go. How's that, fam? That all right? It's got me with the background here. Let's see. Think it was much better when you could see me. MB45. There you go, baby. I'm here. The man right here. There you go, fam. Now I can go ahead and talk. You can see that expression on my face when I be saying stuff, huh? See, you saying the brat don't count? Okay. Well, she's probably the only one because you know her. Like I said, her Luke Kane was one of his first winners. So a lot of those dogs did come straight off from Victor. I don't even think everybody was breeding to Mayday like I had bred to me at the time. I bred Red Ace to me. You know what I'm saying? So we can't count on her, but it'd be a good thing to look into because Boyle's dogs, they produced a lot of good dogs. But you said Ronnie Boyles. But what about REP, Mr. Patterson? He can't get no love either. You know, he Cool Breeze in now. Ronnie Boyles didn't break that breed. Mr. REP did. You know what I mean? So I gotta take my champion off. You lose the grand champion on that one. Cool Breeze, or one of the more famous ones. You know, you can't get Pandy or Queen. He can't get neither one of those. Them two of the better ones. Just to think, the two baddest dogs I ever seen in my life was Boyle's dogs. So I can't be hating on them. How can I hate on a Boyle's dog when I told you the two baddest dogs I've ever seen was Pandy and Queen? Don't find everything I say wrong. Try to find some light. That may help you in getting where I'm at. You know what I'm saying? I hate having conversations with people that can't relate. Cause I ain't trying to be better than you. I'm just who I am. Ain't that right, Pit Dog? Hoorah! I see you there, Pit Dog. Pit Dog, another one is down there in the South, doing all that, hanging out up there on the East Coast, where it was rough up in your area too, bro. Y'all had Strictly Business, y'all had Gator Boys, y'all had, damn, Sunny Mean Street, running around there, Brooklyn Knight, ain't that who he was? Sonny was called Brooklyn Knight, right? Let's see, who else? Jersey Boys. Let's see who else. Give some more names. Damn, so many of them. Then we gotta give Baltimore they love too now, y'all. We gotta give Baltimore they love too. Baltimore was another one of those spots. Them in Philly. Yeah. Gotta give Baltimore they run. Oh yeah, they did. Yeah, yeah. A lot of those up north, a lot of those matches did go on in the winter. But they had them little nice warm hot spots and stuff. You know, they did. But I seen some good ones though in the fall. Fall time is really when they start popping. You know, that's when everybody starts shaking and baking around in the fall when it comes to the north. You know, I think deep fall time, South Carolina, Georgia, Tennessee. See, Tennessee, Georgia. See, and back then, Tennessee and Georgia, boy, wasn't nothing to be played with. See, a lot of those dogs, I would have to say, North Carolina dogs, North Carolina dogs, Florida dogs, South Carolina, a lot of like yellow migrated out of South Carolina. And a lot of yellow dogs, yellow John dogs, you know, they ended up there, you know, like the Vanna boys and them boys, right? They ended up with a lot of those yellow dogs, okay, and yellow John dogs, and they were pretty successful with them. But that was, to me, the beginning to the fall of what everybody was used to when we saw the Boyles dogs in their wins. You know, they were pretty rough dogs. So, fix my hat here. I am out of uniform here. Hold on, y'all. I gotta fix my shit. It can't be tilted. But come on there, Pit Dog. You see my shit crooked? Man, you gotta say something, bro. I'm out of uniform. Can't wear it right. Take it off. You know how I go. Yeah, but yeah, I would say back in the '90s, I would have to say Dead Serious. They rocked it.
those are like major players. The LG dogs in the early 90s, they was doing. I was a fan of the LG dogs too, though, y'all. Before I got a hold of the Red Boy stuff, trust me, I was headed for that LG stuff. I'm a fan of the LG dogs. Yeah, I am definitely a fan of the LG dogs. I've always admired and liked the way my man was working that line. It's you see somebody working a line and they working it and they using it and it works. That's why you have BB Red and Banjo. These dogs, these breeders, Okoy was working that stuff, man. You work it and you finally get it. It's one thing for us to sit back here and we shoot the lines and shit like that, but if you haven't ever really got an opportunity to experience it, then you should be able to sit back and enjoy the show and listen to and let your imagination, because it's all what it's about anyway. All this shit is fictional. If you just put me a witness stand, I could testify to shit anyway. But it's so far back here is why I always bring you guys back here so we can have something to talk about pertaining to things that I've seen in my career, because I've seen a lot. You know what I mean? Yeah. But they had yellow giant dogs since '86, so we knew the line pretty well. Yep. Like, remember, see, I was talking about yellow giant dogs. Remember, I had Amber. And Amber is the foundation of the Growing Hard Dogs. Her father was Bluegrass Wrangler. So, see, I didn't have bullshit, Mr. Star. See, that's the good thing about my luck. There was a lot of good yellow giant dogs out there because, God, remember, he was the top 5 dogs on the all-OM list. So there couldn't have been too much bullshit, especially dogs, whatever y'all was running, wasn't even in the top 10. Okay? So they weren't all that much of a bullshit. And then you got his son, Yellow, coming right behind him, jumping up there, overtaking his daddy. And then you got Mayday coming behind him, and he ended up taking over his daddy. So where does the bullshit start at? I lost you on that one, Mr. Star. They've been around since '86, and that's what they're talking about. Mayday dogs that carry on, they're still there. Never talk to a dog man who know what he's talking about, because I see it. I see it. I'm put it to the challenge, because you shouldn't put it on my chat. Because I will call you. It sounds good saying it, but I need you to get back on there and show me why was he up there, and what could you put in his place outside the Jeep? You got Yellow John, and Mayday, probably Luke Can and Barracuda. They both registered mirrors at the top on the all-OM list. Where does and we gotta remember, we're talking about Yellow John. That Yellow John produced everything that I said after that. Or bullshit. Okay, so I just put that. You said it. I just put that to the test. I'm testing you on that one. Do I need to do a show on that one too? Because take everything under that right there. Got the car. They must be some bullshit too. If they wasn't, that was some bullshit. Because Yellow John was right up there with G before Yellow came in. Yellow John. Matter of fact, for many years, they was both top 5 on the register of merit. Right up there at the top 5. The father and the son. Yellow John and Yellow. And then you add Mayday to that equation. Yet it don't start until it starts with Yellow John. How can you call that BS? Come on now. Come on now. Don't put it on my chat. Give you a chance to reflect on that. Give you a chance to reply. I'm just calling for what it was. That was not a cool statement, because that's not true. Yep. Baltimore Ron. Yep. Yeah, Baltimore Ron. He was a good one. STP was definitely a good one. Yeah, we seen. I seen Captain America. Talk very little about Captain America and Mr. Bill. You know, them dudes got around. Yeah, there was some. There's a lot of them out there. It definitely is a lot of them out there. Yep. T. Yep. St. B. Yep. Team USA. Yep. Old school. Let's see. Wild Side. Yeah. Well, they didn't take care of Grand Champion Rodney. You gotta remember back then when the Havana Boys was out there, they had a couple champions out there. Don't forget John Boy, and there was a couple of them out there coming off the Yellow Giant. Don't forget Grand Champion John Boy. They had some good ones out there off the Yellow Giant now. And when we talk about Yellow Giant, so you can throw Grand Champion Rodney, Grand Champion John Boy, and Grand Champion Yellow in that category. Where is the BS? I mean, you contradicting yourself on that one because we got Boy, John Boy, and Yellow. Yeah, that's a good. Yellow John dogs were pretty good, and Wrangler. But you're right. That's right, baby boy. Thank you, Vendetta. Thank you, Vendetta. But you're right about that, Front Star. I'm gonna tell you, you're almost correct. Let me tell you why it's almost correct. Tell you why it's almost correct. Why you are almost correct. And I'm going. And this is for all y'all to take a big picture of this and realize this. When you say that about Dolly, I can almost say that when I go to Stone City's yard and say, I can say that about Awesome Baby. Yeah, Awesome Baby is right there up under Honey Bunch for years. But I can say the same thing. It was Grand Champion Buck, not Awesome Baby. I can say that. But I'm going to tell you something. If you know the pedigree and look at them, they're almost identical. They're just switched. That's it. So I think it was a combination. I really think it was the combination of the Bolio Red Boy cross that really stood out. I don't think it was just yellow. I don't think it was just yellow. I think it had a lot to do with, can't say it was just Dolly. What about Polly? Polly's a registered mare too. Dolly Little May's sister. You know what I'm saying? Let's not forget that. And who are they related to? Grand Champion Buck. Pedigree-wise, they're very close. They both got Patrice Tater in them. They both were built off of Bolio. So I would take a second thought about that and say, why did that particular line stand out above everybody else? You got Mayday and Stone City Dogs. They are that combination together. The bred just alike. Put them together, it became even bigger. I think it was the combination of those two lines coming together. I think Yellow was strong, and I think the Grand Champion Buck, Patrice Tater line part of it was strong. Grand Champion Buck was Patrice Tater, Little Tater, and so was Dolly and Polly. You know what I'm saying? That's probably why they produce better dogs than Pancho. Pancho produced good dogs, but he did not produce like Polly and Dolly. Why? Because Pancho was not bred like Polly and Dolly. You know what I mean? So I think it was a combination. I think it was a combination of the two lines coming together. You put those two lines together, and I think that's what made the difference. I just don't think it was Yellow over Dolly. No, when I say when I make a comment like, who's the major factor in yellow, I can honestly say when I say that about yellow, that Jocko wasn't a factor. He was part of the equation, but he wasn't the factor. I have Red Boy to fall back on, because when I can say that about that, I can say Yellow John was Red Boy. Red Boy was a registered mare. Let's not forget that. He was a registered mare, and he was a match dog. Now, when we get down here in the Jocko land, yes, Jocko was a good dog. Jocko produced some good dogs, but did he produce the ultimate warriors? Not in comparison to Yellow or Yellow John. But that combination, the Red Boy Jocko cross was a combination. But I can honestly tell you that Jocko is a part of the equation, but he was not the major factor in the equation. And if you read this pedigree, you could agree with me. You cannot not agree with me, because it's right there if you can see it in the paperwork. Now, the dog, and it's the same thing. So when we go to say, well, what's the difference between with Polly and Dolly and Yellow? Well, there is a difference, because I can go grab Grand Champion Buck and show you that there's a combination that works on the same trail. Because look at his registered merit. Look at him. And what is he carrying with him? He's carrying Mayday and Stone City with him. He's carrying all that with him. Dolly, Polly, Mayday, Barracuda, Baby. Look at all the registered merits he's carrying with him. Because of Little Tater. So we cannot say that those dogs weren't a factor just because of Yellow. No, I think the combination, two powerful bloodlines. Two powerful bloodlines. Put those two bloodlines together, what are you carrying in there? You're carrying nothing but a genetic pool of registered mares, dogs that can produce. Dogs that can produce. And if you got the magic key, which was the Yellow crossed into the Buck stuff, that must have been the key, because it spread it around. It definitely spread it around. Look at 357. Look what Tom Ratliff was doing. Look what Gaston was doing. Shit, we got a dog coming down off of Maytooth, bred to what was his name? Damn, what was that dog's name? Gameville know what I'm talking about. Loghead. Loghead. Yep, Loghead. They got a dog bred off of that Loghead. More Patrick stuff. Crossed into some shit off of Maytooth. Double made it stuff. And got a champion out of that. So I think it's same with Jeep. You got Jeep there at the top, but you got more Jeep Red Boy dogs that became famous than you got Jeep and anything else. Damn, you get to adding up tabs and what tab produced, and then the dogs that became ROMs off the tab and all that. You got a whole pool that relates all the way back to who? Red Boy. Red Boy. And then when you look at Bully Son, with all that Eli, his little mate brother, Eli Jr., producing dogs like Angus and Grand Champion, and dang it, man. Art. I'm talking about Art. Grand Champion Art. Look at that great litter they had. I think it's a combination of ROM crosses. Put them power packs together, they work. That's why, if you notice, I always said, give me Jeep, Yellow, Red Boy, and Buck, and I'll give you some match dogs. And the proof is in the pudding. The fact is the matter, because it's already been done. Those dogs are hard to beat. You know, every one of the dogs that I mentioned got some Jeep in them. You know what I'm saying? I mean, but when you go to looking at register and married, I think it's a trait too. I believe it's a trait too. You know, I think just like it's a style. You just got to have the right dog that can make it happen. I mean, yeah, it is the bitch, but it's the male too. The male has to carry that genetic to make it work. You know, that's why I always breed. Why you think I always breed the champions? If you go back and look at everything that I do, you will see twin breed to nothing but champions. And if he's doing that, he's doing it for a reason. Percentage-wise, I have a percentage of producing a better chance of finding the right dog, even if it's a couple of them. You know, why do I feel that way? Because the pedigree tells me that. Looking at their pedigree tells me if you do it this way, you have a chance. You have a better chance. So if I'm feeding a bunch of damn puppies, one thing I got in my mind, I don't have no problem feeding a bunch of puppies coming off a good dog. I have bred the Nico, I have bred the Nico Jr., and I got matched dogs out of each one of them. But were they able to produce? Yellow Nico was, but he wasn't a match dog. You know, he was a good dog coming off of Sassy and Nico Jr. You know what I mean? But when we beat Sassy to Little Buck, we have a bunch of monsters and producers. But if you look at Little Buck and then you go back through there and then you see Sarah Kale, and then you go look at Black Isis champion, you know, baby, you'll see you're gonna find Sarah Kale and Little Buck's Little May's sister as her mama. So you see, she and baby was a champion. She beat that Killer Cali female. You know what I'm saying? So you look at it like, you know, go check out these pedigrees and go look at them and study them. Remember, I know what I'm talking about, and that's why they seem to work. You know, that's just that's just a whole little category in itself that several kennels use the formula and it works for them. I'm not the only one. If anything, I was the one paying attention. You know, we wouldn't be talking about Chico Lopez if it don't be for Evolution Kennels. You know, Evolution Kennels built that monster. But what they were doing with the lines of dogs that they was using, you know what I'm saying? They was marketable. You know, who better yet to grab Victor? You know, that was Victor's way into the States where he could move his dogs. And they, believe me, Evolution was doing them. They had a lot of them. You know, Stone City, Jesse was the factor. He would put one down. But hey, but he's right. He said Wrangler versus Cunninghams neutralize each other. Typical for a rare boy Jocko dog, but rare for a Chinaman dog. Well, one thing about Wrangler was, you know, he was, I would definitely call him a rare boy dog. Definitely would call him a rare boy dog because he was game. He's like another part of Yellow. Remember how Yellow, he wasn't no killer. He was game as hell. You know what I mean? Look at the one Supernat had. It went 4 hours and 15 minutes. That was that was a red boy dog. 4 hours and 15 minutes. It's a red boy dog. Gameness. Game. Nope, didn't even want them because they came to a draw. But, you know, those little factors right there, they play into it, you know, especially when it comes to me when I look at breedings and pedigrees, and I can go in there and find and see things. But me, I wasn't a game man. I wanted to be, I'm gonna tell you what I learned. Killers are hard to come by. Killers are hard to make. I mean, but to have a killer to go out there in the fast lane and destroy shit, you're doing something. They don't come easy. Everybody can get a killer to do that. You know what I'm saying? The game would be short and quick. We would have a whole lot of grand champions with losses. We would have a whole bunch of champions with losses. If everybody could do it, because at some point, you're going to be putting these dogs together, and somebody's going to win, somebody's going to lose. So if everybody's got to get killers was really hard to come by. To be able to have a dog that's got not only that ability, but the mouth, the body to inflict, and the intensity to destroy. It's very seldom. They come far and few, because you keep putting them out there when you think it's bad as hell. There's always one out there waiting for them. And you got that one dog that you can go out there and say, regardless of what they bring, I'm destroying it. That's a good feeling. And if you ain't never had that feeling, you don't know what you're missing. I've had that feeling, so I ain't missing it. And I know what it looked like. I know what it feel like. I had a chance to stand on the outside of the box and see it, and I had the opportunity several times to have one between my legs. Several times. So I know what it takes, and it's not easy to come by. You just want to have one with enough ability where you can win, because when you go out there and touching that fast space in that place where you don't know who you're getting ready to see. You don't know. When you step over there, you don't know what you're getting ready to run into until the referee tell you to release the dog. Unless you out there sitting there picking dogs and say, I'll take him. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how far that'll get you. I see, I show dog in the book. A lot of matches, the guys that was refereeing, the next time look in the dog's championship record, you see the damn referee of his last match with the guy that he went into for his band championship match, the referee. And where's his name at? Down there in the losing section like everybody else. Yeah, you refereed the dog's match and lost. You really thought you stand there watching the dog. You referee in the show. Yeah, you really thought you could beat the dog, so the referee going to the dog the next time out, he lose. So what did he see that night that he saw the dog that he thought he could beat him? But that's how the game goes. I bet you when the referee came at him and said, I'll take you at that weight, I bet you the guy who won with the dog didn't tell him, no, bring his ass. Evidently, he must have told him to bring his ass because he fought him. And he beat him. There's several matches in these books that I could point that part out, show you, and talk about it. I can go in there. These dogs is recorded matches. They're certificates. You can see the referee. You can see who won and who lost. And you will notice that. You'll see some of these guys, they'll go back and they'll go into them after seeing them go. Sometimes they want to get back. I've never been a fan of get back, not with the same dog. But in this game, you see it happen. You know what I'm saying? It does happen. Shoot. They gave Abraham's a second chance at Pepper and paid for it. That's the thing. You know what I'm saying? You know what I mean? Hey, look, she never gave him a chance to get back in that door, bro. You know what I'm saying? She could have been a 7-time winner, and you could have still had Pepper, champion Pepper. And she would have made grandson. If I'd have had Pepper, I'd have been trying to sit down there and get Ricky. Because I believe Pepper
I believe Pepper would have gave Shady Lady a run for her money. Now everybody talk that shit. Trent, you talking out the side of your neck. She couldn't do nothing with Queen. Well, let me tell you, Shady Lady wouldn't have did nothing with Queen. Believe that. She be champion Lou. Rick and them had Lou. Why did it? Right? They wanted to test. They wanted to test. No, they got Shady Lady and they got champion Lou. Ricky got both dogs. No, he don't go get Shady Lady to put on Queen. This is before the Abrahams bought Queen. You know, the price tag that they gave Queen, the Abrahams didn't want to pay for, but he told her if she win her next one, because they wanted to go in, they wanted Shady Lady. That's who they wanted. They wanted to put Queen on Shady Lady, but Ricky he didn't want to do Shady Lady, so he wanted to go test the waters and go take Lou, champion Lou, in the. And champion Lou looked just like Pepper did. She looked just like Pepper did. Matter of fact, Lou looked like Pepper. Period. Didn't have a chance. That's when the Abrahams went down there and bought her. But Ricky had a chance to put Shady Lady on Queen, and he didn't. He went and got his other champion bitch to put on her. Same thing Kenny Allen did with Tornado. Instead of bringing Tornado, have a roster bring Lady Stone. I think he had her bring Blondie instead. They want to check the water. You know what I'm saying? That's what that be. They really don't want to go into the real action, but they'll test the water. And that's just the politics of the game. You got great dogs on the yard. You know what I'm saying? They that's exactly. Ricky Jones did it and Kenny Allen did it. Both of them did it. And again, like Mike said, gotta respect Fat Bill, because Fat Bill he took, so that he cheated on the boys had a bad dog when they went into May. Yeah. But then he had a heel figure. He went into Bullet, and then you had So Evil when he went into Cochise. All these was badass dogs. Better, even though he lost. I mean, how you think somebody gonna hate on something like that when I match dogs? So I know I can sit up in here and talk shit because I've been inside that box and I can say the shit that I want to say because I've been there and done that. But to hear that come from some people who would take what I'm saying like I'm trying to put Fat Bill down. How am I putting the man down if I'm telling you the truth? The man, at least he took his shit out there and did it. For real. You know what I mean? At least he took his shit out there and did it. Now, how can I mean, here's the sad part about it. Man, you got people out here who never even had the idea, wouldn't even probably even get that far to be able to do what he did. Sit there and look at it like I'm putting it down. I'm not putting it down. I'm telling you, it takes a dog man to do what you did. Look, I took my red ace bitch and went into a 4-time winner. So that automatically tells you I don't give a damn about what you got standing across in front of me. And believe me, so I know that mentality. And I'm pretty sure Fat Bill had that type of mentality, or he wouldn't have never took his shit out there and done that. So that definitely deserves respect. So I'm not disrespecting, he lost to my peoples. The fact is, he did it like I did it. I lost too. That's the name of the game. Let's do it. That's the key. Don't duck it. Yep. But Roger, we won twice, and both both of his, he won 2-time winners. So guess what that tell you? I don't care. Brat, same thing. All three of Brat's matches was 2-time winners. All three. Everybody trying to get a champion off of her. Bus stop. You standing there, guess what? Bus ain't coming. Yellow bus come on going. You ain't gonna never pick him up fucking with her. You ain't gonna pick him up fucking with that one. If anything, she picked hers up very easily, whooping some good dogs. And not making them look bad, just made them look like they didn't have no business in there. They was in there with the wrong dog. So when we say these things, you know, it's easy to be standing on the outside of the box, you know, clapping, because that's all, you know, that's what y'all do. You clap. Some of y'all do it with your mouth, some of us do it with our hands. You know, but again, gotta respect the loser, just like I respect the winner. Because these dogs wouldn't be shit if they didn't have an opponent. You know what I'm saying? Just think about the people that we talk about, but all the other people out here that feed bulldogs. Yet we don't talk about everybody. We just talk about the ones, the main ones. There's plenty of them out there. We got books to show y'all that. But let's look at the facts of the matter. The ones we really talk about is the ones who's feeding their shit and win with their shit, and on an occasional basis. Like I said, I can run through the whole list of them. You know, and y'all know most of them. But believe me, you know, like I was saying, Beach Boy, Yankee Boys, these are people we hardly ever talk about. In Vietnam, we hardly ever talk about, but these are guys that was out there. You know what I'm saying? You know, and they didn't care. These were good matches. These were good dogs. You know, you're going into good kennels, somebody's going to win and somebody's going to lose. Shit, there's a lot of guys trying to get in, thinking they got good dogs. A lot of guys wonder whether to go in the meet and to go into his partner over there where he get him a win. No, he don't want to beat him. He want to beat me. You know? Shit. I know that feeling. I got an opportunity to beat Legion of Doom. I keep on saying that to the day I die. You know what I mean? I had a chance to go in Legion of Doom. I must be that same type of guy who's a nobody. They had an opportunity to go into a somebody. Same thing I did when I ran all the way over there and across them waters going after Grand Champion after Tommy Boy. So you already know my mentality. If you got that type of mentality, you'd be able to be sitting in my chair giving up a story like me. You know, if you don't and you ain't never been there, then guess what? Then I would expect to hear the conversations that I hear from people who don't know what it really feels like. You don't care what you feel. If you ain't felt that feeling that I've been able to feel and understand that, why I got the mentality that I have, and the way I talk shit to you guys about what I've done in this dog game, because I can sit here and have a right to do that because I done it. Now, unless you can come up here and do this and get the same old stories, the same old lines like I do, you can have this chair. And let's see. I can guarantee you, if it really came down to it, don't embarrass yourself, because I'll put you on the spot. It's how many videos you can produce, how many things that you can talk about. You know, so that's why. But and at the same time, all these other people that I talk about and I show praise to, and I always remind you guys that I'm not shit to them, you know, and I'm telling y'all, I'll never be good as them. You know what I'm saying? But then to a lot of y'all, a lot of people out there, when you look at what I done, you know, I set that pattern for myself from where I feel like I am in the game. You know what I'm saying? But if there's anybody out there to take that as anything short of what you think it is, or if you even got that type of heart,
or even think you that foolish enough to really test that water, then you get my attitude and you've been standing right across that damn box in front of me. And you'd be standing right there in this damn chat room talking about how I kicked your ass and how fast I done it. You know what I'm saying? If you've been paying attention, been really paying attention, you know what I'm saying? You should know that, you should know even to this day, shit don't change because I'm still alive. So figure that shit out. If you ain't figured it out, you don't keep jumping on the bus. Because there's some people that know things that you don't know. You sitting right here in the room. A lot of y'all sitting right here in the room, and then you were questioning to see how I would be in today's dog game. What do you think? You don't know? Then it wasn't meant for you to know. You know what I'm saying? Just know. If it wasn't, you don't know, it wasn't meant for you to know. So I'm going to leave that right where it's at. But that's a big old question mark that you won't be able to get an answer to unless you come find out on your own. A lot of that ain't going to never happen because, believe me, I know it won't. I've been doing this too long. I know the ones who want to do it and can't do it because they're afraid to face the loss. You lose to anybody else than you lose to me. And that's why you won't go into me. That's how I used to take it back in the day. For guys who act like they wanted to go into me, the door was always wide open. But they have to look through that door and see who I'm coming with. They shut that door right back. Because they don't want me running around there with their on my record. They don't want their name showing up there being beat by me in a journal. No, they rather jump on the bandwagon before they take that shot. They rather go and make some money before they let me take their money. See, most of the guys really don't understand that if you haven't played in that game. You know what I'm saying? Those 90%ers, they feel like that. They really do feel like that. And that's why they have a following. That's why they have great dogs. Because everybody's on a bandwagon. And when you have a good dog, it's going to happen. Look at Robert T. and Duke. Duke beat Robert T. and they thought Robert T. was unbeatable. Why? Because Robert T. was a champion beater. He was the champion beater. He beat more champions than goddamn Angus. And Angus was the first certified champion beater that they, recognized in the journal as a champion beater. Angus. Robert T. beat more champions than Angus. Literally. Didn't even make it an hour on Duke. Leading the Doom Duke. Yep, same people that had Grand Champion Luther. You see what I'm saying? That's that level I be talking about. Same shit Satan was. Satan come down off of that shit. They came down off of Dolomite, Luther's brother. Throw some Jeep on top of that. They came up with BJ, Charlie, and all them dogs. Them dogs was good. But they were just good dogs. Remember, back then it was all about matching dogs. All this stuff that we're out here today in today's world, I'm like out of the pocket with it because I'm so into the box. Because that's where I seen a lot. That's where I learned a lot. That's where I saw a lot. When you see it, and I can honestly say, I had an opportunity to know what it felt like. I can never be Stone City. I can never be hardcore. I can never be Loctite. I can never be STP. I can never be Southern Kennels. I can never be Super Kennels. I can never be Triple M. I can never be Abrahams. I can never be Roadblock. I can never be Pro Set. I never could be none of these guys. But one thing I can be, I can be like these guys. I had a chance to
know what it felt like to be like them. And that was more than enough for me. Because I sat at home and I read my shit like they did, worked that shit like they did, raised that shit like they did, and had an opportunity to get out there and win like they did. Can't ask for much more than that for me, because that's probably all I wanted to do, to see how it felt, see what it felt like. And as a Marine, and my words are sharp because I am a soldier. That means I'm a Spartan, and I have Spartan ways. I have guard dogs that will eat your ass up. I have Spartan ways. Everything I do is based on Spartan ways because of my military attitude. You know, I'm sharp with my tongue even when I'm with y'all. It's not like I'm putting y'all down. I'm talking to y'all like I'm talking like a Marine. I'm Spartan. You know what I'm saying? I am a warrior. So I don't expect much to be, likable coming out of my mouth. You know, some of y'all just think I got, I don't have to brag. What is it called brag? Brag is what? You can't talk about yourself? Then you must ain't got no confidence in yourself. I'm confident more than a mug. And I'd be so confident that I like the way the dog game was. This is how great dogs got a chance to go into each other. That's what it was all about. Winning the match. That was not an easy thing to do, but when you see 90%ers doing it and making it look easy, they was all making it look easy because they had good dogs. And it don't matter what you bring it. If this dog was meant to be a champion, I don't care who you go get. If this dog is meant to be a champion, he's going to be a champion. Unless somebody got something, go in here and beat this dog is going to make champion. And you know what happens? They don't keep saying it. They do it. They either going to make him a champion or they're going to lose with him. But one thing for a fact, they're going to go out there and take the shot to see. And I've always been that type of guy. Where did I get it from? From all these other guys. That's what they always doing. Anybody that worth talking about, I noticed that they all had in common. They did not care who they was going into at all. And they were very picky about what they was using. This is why they have all the great dogs. This is why they had all those champions and winners, and even the ability to produce registered mares. Even after that, a continuation of still producing dogs to go out there and work and win with. That is a big thing for me. It was really a big thing to me because, to me, I got a chance to see what the real American Pit Bull Terrier was in the world, the underground world. It was in Mr. Richard Stratton's books. His books don't even tell you the real deal. His books relate to the older dogs, where you ought to see the poor dogs that was coming up in our area when there was a whole bunch of people out there doing them. There was a bunch of people out there doing them. So times had even changed. And it wasn't like the dogs got better. Competition just got stiffer. You got competition getting stiffer, then that means you're going to have a whole bunch of good dogs going into each other. And some of them going to be losing. That's what it was like in the 90s. You had a lot of good dogs out there. Somebody got to lose. You got a lot of champions out there. Somebody got to lose. They got to lose. And that's how this game was built. Now, those are American Pit Bull Terriers. You know, a lot of the yards got raided, a lot of guys went to jail, a lot of guys got out. You know, whole bloodlines being wiped out, a lot of raids, a lot of confiscations, and all that stuff going on. Numbers have been dwindled down. You know, there's a dark side to this, but you know, it's low in numbers if it still exists at all. A lot of puppy pelling going on, a lot of people trying to sell pedigrees, and believe me, what's down in the dark is not what you're seeing, what you're buying upstairs. You know what I'm saying? If you think about it, you know, that's saying a lot. No need to talk about it, but it's saying a lot. So, you know, what everybody is so stuck on, you know, what's going forward. I think, but I don't know nothing about the American Pit Bull Terriers other now. I just would like to see one become famous like Mayday and Yellow and all these other dogs doing something. Doing something. You know, give us something historical so we can finally say, you know what I'm saying, what y'all saying with some truth behind it. You know, yeah, somebody be so great hitting that water, they breaking records. Somebody running times on a treadmill that's almost like Michael Jordan, that famous dog that ran so damn fast on the treadmill. His record has been standing there for 10 years. Show me that dog that can produce a confirmation dog, a whole damn litter that he can go out there and show, you know, and just become like goddamn secretary, you know what I'm saying? And just have a bunch of damn dogs out there looking like Big Red and winning shows and shit. Show me that dog. Show me that line. Because that's what y'all trying to tell us old school. Why we need to step back and let y'all do this. Then, you know, we still sit back looking at y'all do what? I'm still looking for something, whatever the hell you're doing, be great. And worthy of talking to, instead of having to go back here and jump on the bus and ride off. Bring me up to the front where I can talk about some great shit and it don't have nothing to do about the past. You know, showing a whole new era of the American Pit Bull that we can stop calling American Pet Bulls. Because, you know, so some of y'all don't like that comment, but if we're not talking about you, we're talking about the whole thing. We ain't pointing fingers. We're saying as a whole, you know, we've been through all the rough shit. You know, we've had all our troubles and all that. We don't have nothing to look forward to. All we have to look forward to is our past. And that's all we carry with us is our past. So we want to see the next generation of what is what we still waiting for. You know what I mean? When the last time you heard of it, even if a dog that would even equivalent to Frisco, to Mayday, anything like that. When's the last greatest producing dog? Nobody can, you know what I'm saying? Can't even talk about it. Because he out there, guess what? I guarantee you this upstairs don't know nothing about it. Nothing about it. Because he's not meant for y'all upstairs. So there could be a dog down there producing just like Mayday down there, and the upstairs have no idea that he's moving around throwing some fire. You know? But, you know, in the long run, you know, those great ones, they still seem to muster out and to the public.
You know what I mean? They usually do. They come from the box to become commodity. And when everybody's buying, you know, and you just be the lucky guy who's got that dog, you know, like that lottery ticket. Because that's exactly what he is, a lottery ticket. Mayday was a lottery ticket. Jeep was a lottery ticket. Tab was a lottery ticket. You know, those dogs that you can count on people going to buy the stud for you regardless. Ask Tom Gardner. You know, say what you want about the man. The man has passed the time and he's a commodity. He's a lottery ticket. You know what I mean? His dog's got, he can make money off his dogs. You know, and until he stopped building, he can continue right on through here and continue building. And slow down from back there 20 years ago, 30 years ago. You know, his name is still a name to consider if you want something good, especially coming off of him. You ain't doing nothing but buying the name, and that goes a long way. Still call them Wolves dogs, don't we? Still call them Mayday dogs, don't we? Still call them Buck dogs, Frisco, Chinaman, G. We still saying those names. Ain't no new names popping up, fellas. Come on now. Yeah, he's just a Garner dog. The old Budo, yeah. But these are things, guys, when we look at, you know, that I look at where, you know, it just seems like, you know, I enjoy sitting down telling y'all something that I had never thought I would ever have the opportunity to do. And, you know, that's that one thing that I can always trip out and crack on Pope about, not only for him teaching me the pedigree, but by him teaching me the pedigree, I probably wouldn't have never ran into or had anything to do with Dougie in jail. Dougie was in prison with me. That's how I knew Dougie. Anthro, when he went into Anthro, when he went into Robert T went into Doom. Robert T was a 9-time winner. He was one match away. He was actually going for his double grand championship when he lost to Doom. So he was not almost a 9-time winner. He was a 9-time winner. Just to make sure that you know I know what I'm talking about. Like I said, okay, he said better than that. Hey, Raquel Sparks said bio audio better than ever. Thanks, GHK. Thank you for letting me know, baby. You might say he was working on it. But yeah, and I know that because remember I do know the Legion. And I do remember when Robert T beat Migraine. You know, he beat Migraine. I think that was number 9 when he beat Migraine. And that was champion Migraine. You know what I mean? Both dogs. Migraine was going for number 5, I think, when he lost to him. He might have been a 5-time winner when he lost. Migraine lost to him. I know the same guy to beat Fat Bill, but Hilfiger. He had champion Bullet. He was also the one that had done Migraine the night that he lost to Robert T. So I know the parties very well to tell you that he was a 9-time winner. And know exactly what I'm talking about. I'm just correcting you. Don't get mad now, because I ain't trying to put you down. I'm just trying to keep you on the right track. Next time you have that conversation.
But that's how it is in here. I be trying to keep everybody up to date. You know, there's a lot of information I ain't finding everybody's living and trying to understand what y'all do out there. I'm just telling y'all based on what I know about my living. You know what I'm saying? You know, that's just being around, just being out there. You know, from the start say, Mo, it's a drug, and you have to go to the rehabilitation center to get it. You know what? Let me tell you what happened, man. I did go. Yeah, you know, I did. Look, Bernie, I went to the psychiatrist. Yeah, you know, this is a mandatory. I was told to go see a psychiatrist over my dog issues. You know what I'm saying? And they wanted to make sure that I wasn't messed up on drugs or something. You know, because I wouldn't denounce dog fighting. That's why they wanted me to go to a psychiatrist. You know, yeah, yeah. They made me, yeah, I had to go see. You know, I had to go see him because, you know, you know, I felt like I love. You know, they trying to make me out to be some bad person, like I'm cruel and shit. And you know, I'm looking at that shit like you talking about my woman. You talking about, you know, I'm cruel for what I was doing with my dog. I didn't know. I really didn't understand what the hell they was talking about. As much as I take care of my shit, and y'all trying to make it sound like, you know, I don't love my shit. Trying to tell me what I'm doing to my shit is cruel. I love this shit. You think I'm trying to treat this shit cruel? I'm taking care of this shit. So I know I don't understand what you mean. No, I don't understand what you mean. You're trying to make me out to be a bad person. If you was to leave me the fuck alone, guess what? I wouldn't be a problem to you. I'd be doing my own thing. You know, I ain't trying to be nobody's problem. This is what I'm doing. My shit. You know what I'm saying? Now, I'm telling the psychiatrist this. You know? And you know what the psychiatrist said? He said, the man ain't got a drug problem. The man got a problem. This boy right here, he do got a problem. Because he does not understand. Understand what? That's my problem. Y'all want me to understand what y'all want me to understand. You know, you take any one of them great dog men and sit them in that front of that same psychiatrist, they're going to say the same thing about them. It is a drug. But in our mind, we don't know that. Look, when you get up every morning, I don't mess with no Pitfalls, y'all. I don't, I don't, I don't, I raise Malinois now. You know, you know, they sit me down now and talk to me. They be like, "How you doing, Mr. Bayless?" I'm doing okay. So what are you doing now? I still got dogs. I'm not doing that anymore. Yeah, I came down to the conclusion, you know, I don't need the trouble. You know what I mean? You know, you want me to say that I learned my ways, been nowhere? I don't know if I have because you know, now I got man eaters. Eat your ass up. I'm still getting fed. No, I'm still getting that feeling. You know, I like the way my dogs act. I like to be walking down the street and no leashes and people respecting what's coming down through there. And I got two dogs walking next to me. You know what I'm saying? You know, they ain't like bulldogs pulling. No, these right here, they walking next to me. They know damn well that's like stepping in the box with me right now. I am loaded. And it feels good to still have a good damn dog. Give a damn what it do, you know. Just be good at what you do. Make me feel like I'm getting up every morning feeding the right shit. I'm still going out here raking up dog shit and feeling good about making sure I don't want no shit around my dogs. Dogs is too good to be smelling shit around them. You know what I'm saying? I've always been like that about my shit. No, I tell y'all to get microscopes. I tell y'all stop this giving your dog worm if you don't know if they need it or not. I'm telling y'all how deep I get. I'm telling y'all, I bought back a killer bitch that I could have picked up and brought her home and went right back out there and jumped on some more full-time winners. You know what I'm saying? But my mentality said, don't do that. Set the mark right where I set it, and it paid off. But I lost one, but paid off and got many. Thank God for my mentality. You know what I'm saying? Thank God for my mentality. My competitive edge is because I'm a warrior. Anybody who understands the fever of being a dog man. I mean, god damn, I ain't no different than Floyd Booth on them. They must be worse off than me. They've beaten hundreds of dogs. Bulldog Mountain, hundreds of dogs. Look at old man Homer up there. Your old man that had Homer in them. Mountain man. They old barely can move around. They still out there climbing them goddamn hills and mountains to feed all them damn dogs. You got to be truly into this shit to understand what it feel like. If you don't understand what it feel like, then I'm just talking over your head. Yes, it is that serious. I mean, I'm steady giving up kids and women and children and families and shit, and I'm still got the damn dogs. I'm losing everything but the damn dogs. It must be me. No? Hey, yeah, it is, but I ain't the only one. In this world here that we play in, it's like COVID. Everybody gets that fever. Everybody gets sick. And a lot of them pay for it, going to jail, getting raided, all kind of shit. All because of this illness. Not the only one. Shit's been going on long before me. Way back then, 18 something, when they took that shit and put it on the ship and brought it over here, and we changed the name from a bulldog to an American pit bull terrier. And from that point on, like the COVID. Look at all the great dog men that I know. You know why I felt so in place with them, man? Because I could relate to them. That's why I wanted to be like them. You know how you can relate to something so bad that you look up to the shit? And then you see them doing what they're doing, and you just, what do it feel like to be able to be like that? And then all of a sudden, it becomes you. Everything. I mean, I got back in my studying. I'm taking out my pedigrees. I'm looking at my KP. Me and him, you know what I'm saying? We out here doing this thing. Man, I ain't no different than them. I caught the fever because I wanted to be like them. That's it. I wanted to know what it felt like. These guys didn't have more champions than I ever have. You know what I'm saying? They got bloodlines out here that got more champions than I ever see. But one damn thing for damn sure, I can still sit there and say, guess what? I got my name on a bunch of champions, though. You're going to see my name in that shit. Yes, sir. Just like them. You know what I mean? I got a story to tell just like them. Never going to ever be great as them, but I never tried to be. I just wanted to know what it felt like to be like them. And it took me hard work. It took me understanding. It took sacrifices. It took chances. It took heart. And I definitely had to be game. And my mentality, you know what I'm saying, as a Marine, if we don't go down easy, if we go down at all up in this little body right here. Eager. So yeah, and y'all see how I talk. I wish y'all would come sideways with me. You see, I don't have to do PPK
or buck seat and start calling your names. I just try to keep the truth in front of you, and I'll beat you with the truth. You know what I mean? All I gotta do is keep staying on the dogs. You know, y'all, everybody else, they run everywhere but stay on the dogs with me, because you can't be on there with me. That just show you out your league. You off your level. You can't do that with me. See, it gets over on people that don't know. See, I'm not that free to do that to, because I snap back. I will correct your ass. I will test your ass. I will make a show with your ass. I'm that guy. Because I do got a problem. I love that shit. I love that. DMX, my man. Yeah, I roll with DMX. That's my dude. I understand DMX. I really understand him. He's like another mentor to me. You know what I'm saying? That's my dog. You know, and that's for real. The only difference is I'm doing the real shit. You rapping about the shit, bro, but I'm doing this shit. Proud to be you over here, bro. You have me all up in your video with my shit, because I'm up in here. Okay? That's how I felt. Didn't have a whole bunch of them, but I had enough to know how it felt. That's all I got to tell you. And I had an opportunity to come up in here and sit down and just pour it out. I wish I could write a book. It would be a long book, because I would put every single kennel that I know, all they dogs, all they champions, all they great matches, and I know a lot of them. There's so many of them out there, y'all, that y'all don't know about. Like, do y'all know about the dog that beat Robert T? You know, y'all hear about Luther, but, you know, we talk about Luther, but it just slipped everybody's mind that grand champion Duke was a new Luther. You know, and they had several great dogs out there. You know, but this is the stories that I can tell y'all about all these great dog men. You know, you hear me say Loctite sometimes, you know, but there's so many of them. Now, I would have all their dogs. You know, they had one that caveman. I remember Judy Jones. You know, she was right there. You were supposed to go into her one night, and I ended up going after Tommy, because, you know, we were supposed to go into champion Judy before she made champion. You know, but the word was already out about that grand champion ace bitch we had. You know, shit. Ask Tony Wade. Ask Tony Wade about Red Ace. He'll tell you. Just ask him. Shit. Ask B. Crest Kennels. I'll cash about Red Ace. You know, so while y'all glamour on the fact that she did lose, guess what? Show me you go take you one for all those talkers, you know, with the side shit, and just do me a favor. Throw all that shit out the window, and you go do it for yourself. Come back and tell me how it go. Don't make me wait too long, because guess what? At least I know how it felt to do it. At least I had it in me to go do it. You know what I'm saying? And I don't have to talk about nobody else to say that, because I know. I've been there, done that. And came back. And came back. The same mentality that sent me over there the first time, and continue to do that. So, yes, I am a competitor. And yes, I do fight. You know, I'm not going to be sitting there cussing nobody out. I'm going to tell you, to get snappy and funny with me, you better have some experience like I do, or you're going to be out of place, because I'm going to get to talking about things that you don't want to get up here and talk about, because you don't know what it feels like to do it. You know, your imagination will get far dealing with a real dog, man. And if you do know how to do it, you better have it done it, because that ain't going to be good enough talking to me.
about it and not doing it don't know shit still. You know what I'm saying? So that's why I act the way I act. Because the real dog men have done what I've done, they don't have no reason to pick on people. It's always the people on the outside the box that we laugh at. Because we can easily look over there and say, you got so much to say about my dog, but guess what? I ain't got one dog, you know what I'm saying, that I can put on your dog because you ain't got one. I mean, you feed dogs, but you can't play with your dogs like I'm playing with mine, but you can stand there and talk about mine. See, they're out of place. Quickest way to get somebody to shut up is to put them on the play and say they get like me and do something to you. Get like me and do something. Oh, come on, twins. I'll just bullshit. No, you what? Because you want to get like me, then beat me and get one. You know, that's my favorite line. You know what I mean? That's my favorite line. Because you want to get at me like that, then beat me and do me. You know, don't come anything less than that. Because a real dog, man, they don't come like that. I ain't never seen them come like that. Most of the time we hear a dog man ride a person, you know, we gonna ride a person we know ain't gonna go and come back and lock up something. No, we gonna ride your ass until you do. Two dog men get like that, guess what? We don't go through all that bullshit. We gonna hook up, flat out, and let's get her done. That's a gentleman way of doing shit. We ain't gonna talk back and forth. You bring that bitch, and I got one for her ass. That's how that shit went. Now try to have that conversation with a nobody who ain't got nothing. You know, oh yeah, he do. He got some shit that he can put up on there. I got these. I don't even want to go there because every time I start saying shit like that, y'all be thinking I'm talking about y'all. I ain't talking about y'all. I don't know y'all like that. I don't know y'all like that. So just take it like I'm talking about somebody I do know. People out there to do this. Okay? Now, if you fall in that category and that's what you do, don't be blaming it on me. That's because you realize that about yourself. Because I was not talking about you. But if you fit that category, don't tell everybody trying to get on me like I'm talking about you. Because I'm not talking about you. I'm just telling you. They out there. If you feel a certain type of way, maybe just check your hand. Don't tell everybody. You know, just take that as a personal note. That I felt a certain type of way about that. Just check yourself, bro. Might be you smelling. It ain't me. It's time to go, y'all. It's time to go, man. I love y'all, man. You know, but you're right. You're right, Bernie. I do have a problem. You know, I do. I mean, even with me being sick, I think the thing to save my life was Mama. I think Mama, my brother, I think they played a big part. Fat Boy, big shout out to Fat Boy and Wee Wee. Big shout out to y'all guys. Y'all brought me out of the grave. Big shout out to Pro. Pro. I gotta give it to you, Pro. Don't be for you. I wouldn't be sitting in this chair. You know. So I ain't gonna take that away from you, no, cause he's right. But when you say that, you gotta remember I was in jail with him too. You know, so I got many favors. You know, boy, for you even be able to sit down and got to know me like you did. You know what I'm saying? And then the other thing, well, I was a good dude to him because I didn't put his business out there in the street until he made me mad about what he did and why me and him didn't come out of prison together. Why he ended up disappearing. And probably maybe not even knowing that I would ever pop up again after meeting me in prison. He did his little podcast, you know. But because of all that, this is where we end up here. We end up right here. A whole lot of things changed from the time that I was in prison with him to the time that I can sit here and talk about the shit now. A whole lot of shit in between. There's a whole story in there by itself. But you gotta, you know, I do give him the blessing for bringing me up.
an opportunity to be able to get James Pope out there. We got a chance to put y'all to get the chance to know James Pope, the guy that taught me how to read papers and got me to understand the formula by paying attention to great dogs. If you know what a great dog look like, you know how the great dog is bred, then you'll be able to make your own. And he was right. And he didn't even match dogs. But you might as well say you put a dog on it, you might as well call it a match because he don't pick up. That's one thing about Pope. Don't roll Pope unless you got your dog in shape, man. And I ain't saying that to be saying it either, because he ain't taking nothing outside. He ain't putting nothing on no meal. I said he had Shirley too. Shirley too is the great grandmother or the grandmother to Blackjack. So that tells you a lot. Where that black come from, Shirley too. Okay? Shirley too. And that rough shit come from Blackjack, Shirley too. Not taking nothing away from Gator. The Gator, he was more like he was like a red boy dog, period. He was just Jeep. He was just a Jeep and red boy dog. Plain and simple. You're gonna have that Jeep intensity. You're gonna have that red boy crazy, but you're gonna have an all-around game dog. And Gator was that bulldog. And I would have to give the same thing to Blackjack. But that black and that rough the Blackjack had, that he was a little rougher than Gator though. You hear the stories of what happened to Gator, but I'll let somebody else tell y'all that one. But again, these dogs James Pope had were just, he started me out. But the dog that came out of the Carolinas with can't take nothing away from him. If you're dealing with guys that was great in the dogs and you're getting dogs from them, the dogs is gonna be where you got them from. How y'all gonna hate on that? You know what I'm saying? I got dogs coming straight down off of Smeller. I had dogs coming off of Molly B and Snooty, double bred. You know what I'm saying? And I'm winning with them. And green as hell. I came out the pasture by the time I got to Legion, but even to them, I was green. Got my first best in show off of them. My first came off of Legion of Doom. Oh, I got two more after that. You know what I mean? And then I sit there and watched our line get a couple of them. George. Yeah, Buck Rogers, we got one. But yeah, we got, but that was my first on the 4-car show. But yeah, this is all one person with all this to tell. And to me, I would call myself the luckiest guy in the dog game. It's my journey. Because like I said, I can write a book and all the people that I would put in there from Vietnam, and I'm still falling out with names. Arsenal, Kennels. It's just, I can keep on going, y'all. But let's call it a day. Let's call it a night. Yeah, he wanted 2 of them. Antro, he did 1, 2. He was trying to get him, though. You're right, though. He was trying to get him. And hold on, let me say this much. Robert T was not 9 years old. He wasn't even almost 9. Both of those dogs was the same age. Robert T and Duke was the same age. Check with J-Bo. I sent J-Bo a picture of Mac T and Duke. No, they were both the same age. I don't know about the 9-year-old thing. I don't know about the 9-year-old thing. Duke wasn't that old, and against migraine, he wasn't that old, and it wasn't long after migraine that he went into Duke. It wasn't even
quite a year. A year after that, might have been a year, but it wasn't longer than that when he went into Duke. And that migraine match was a hell of a match too. That was a long match. That wasn't no short match. Might have took a lot out of it. You want to know the truth? That migraine match might have been the match that took a lot out of it. You know, you might be right about that part. Maybe not his age, but that match with migraine, it took a lot out of him. That was definitely not a walk in the park. It took a lot of both dogs, you know. So that's definitely right though. You're definitely right about that. But he wasn't 9 years old. He wasn't nowhere close to. He wasn't that. He was just about the same ages as Tornado. Cause Tornado, she wasn't no old ratchet ass dog either when she won her 10. You know, and Barracuda wasn't no old ass dog by the time he won his 9. So they be having a little life in them. You know, and who matches a 9-year-old dog anyway? Do you know every old dog that I can remember? I can remember some dogs, grand champions who lost their grand championship by matching. I know a champion take another dog, a good dog. It was matched, you know, when he was over 7 years old. And all these dogs were champions, and one was the grand champion. Really, 2 of them I know was a grand champion. You know, that lost later on in their life when they shouldn't have never been done again. I don't know why people go to the well like that, but you know, it's like my man said, it's the illness, it's the drug. They ain't got nothing else on their yard. They can grab it. They got to go grab this one, and you know, poor dog. They can't talk for the dog. They talk for the dog. Poor dog. He don't know. He gonna do what he can do. But hey, Mike, did you see this background? Hey, I just noticed that shit. I'm so busy watching. You know, so used to looking at the camera, y'all. I'm not even seeing the screen that was in front of me and shit. And I was like, "Well, how's that? That's me in there." Okay, but yeah. Anthro, man, you got to talk, man. I like you, man. I like you. He said, set the record straight, set it in that tugboat Willie. Hey, Kenny Allen, man, you know, I told, hey, Anthro, you know, your boy, Triple M, he was with Kenny the night he died. You know, that's a good story, man. You know, the video out there with Triple M on there. You know, one day I'll get it back in there, man. You ought to hear the story, but he was with Kenny when he died that night. Yeah. Yeah, Tony did the same thing. Tony got out of the hospital though. Okay. Somebody sent some money. Oh, my American Pit Bull Terrier puppy. Hey, thanks for the shout out, mate. Thanks for that. Yes. Hey, there was somebody else we missed. Who was $1.99, $2. Oh yeah, that 140-pound Corso. Yes, sir. My youngest daughter, she drives trucks, and she got a Corso with her, and he do not play. He did not play. You know what I'm saying? I caught the fever as a kid. I had to get my mind straight. Well, man, I'm telling you, man, I would like some advice. I would take some advice. Good talk, twin and brother. Salute. Hey, Anthony, it's been a pleasure talking to you, man. But look, hey, man,
Man, you got to get that email, man. I like you, man. You know some shit now. You ain't sleeping, okay? You ain't sleeping. Nick, look, I'm gonna tell you something about the championship, dog. Y'all just gonna make what stands out about the championship. See, championship, people say the championship didn't produce, but see, anytime you can produce and some champions, and he got champions off of it, you have to pay attention to the shit that worked. Pay attention to the shit that worked. If this litter, that to me personally, I look at it like this. I look at the ship shit like Chaco shit. Okay? Chico, you know how the dog is bred, right? You got Ambrose, Luke Kane, Walkmall. You got a whole bunch of topside shit that carries a lot more weight. A lot more weight than ship. Come on now. You know what I'm saying? There's a whole family of dogs on that top. The all ship can bring in is the clarity of a bulldog, because the mama is a bulldog, and the mama produced, that ain't her first litter, that's her second litter off that ship shit. And you hear nothing about the first litter. Did you hear him offer one puppy out of that first litter? No, he didn't. Okay, so that should tell you something, especially if that's her second litter. So, sometimes when we say things, you're really paying attention. There's a whole lot of stuff being said. You know what I'm saying? It's almost like Dungeons and Dragons. You got to know the magic card. You got to know where you get it and know how to play it. So it's a lot of information you put down out there that if you're paying attention, then it's not much to be said. So, some of these things that we say. Bernard says it's okay, Mo, because we all fuck. And that's the truth, though, man. That is the truth. Because, man, do you really understand? Look, y'all, before I'm going to have to leave this one alone here, but I'm going to say this before I go, man, because Mike trying to kick me off. Man, look, man, how many of y'all believe if they were to really use dog biting, and had it on pay-per-view, man, we could take out boxing and UFC and everything. I really believe that. I really believe that. You know what I'm saying? I mean, they can get on horses and spoil the shit out of them and call that a rodeo. They can jump on a cow and do the same thing to the cow. They can go in Mexico with their knives and stab the hell out of a charging bull and call that entertainment. But they try to make the world of dog fighting like it's some glory. Oh my God, oh my God. And the only thing that makes the dog fighting world fucked up is fucked up people. If I was gonna go mainstream and for the world to accept what we see, no different than what we see on UFC, two humans beating the shit out of each other, and they supposed to be smarter than dogs. Yet we pay to see two humans beat the shit out of each other, and they pay big money to do that. It paid big money to do that. Yet they supposed to be smarter than dogs. People say that y'all make y'all dogs fight. That's a damn lie. Scientists will tell you that's a lie. That's not the truth. Because nobody makes these damn dogs fight. But just imagine, man. I honestly believe, I think that it would really be an entertaining thing where you would have a lot of people sitting in watching the show. It would have to be more, what would I change to make it, more upstairs and worthy without everybody screaming total animal cruelty type shit?
The big ass matches with the Tulsa dogs, and they be having matches. You know, China, you know, they be having their shit on TV. Whatever that is, that they be fighting their dog shoot. They be having shows just like that, pay per view like a mug. But they, like I said, they be different. You know, referee can stop a match. You know, ain't no more of that laying around shit while your dog just laying there and the other dog just falling. You either pick your shit up or I'm calling the match. I think that would be the rule that I would change. You know, it wouldn't be no cruelty shit. You know how people just give up on their dog. No, you can't do it. If we doing this pay per view, ain't nobody giving up on your shit. You give up on your shit out of here. Show over. You know, those are the kind of things that I would take to try to make it, clean it up, because those are kind of things that I see, I feel is cool. You know, um, but on the long run, it's not as cruel as they make it sound. You know what I mean? It sounds crazy, but if you got the sickness, and this sickness has been passed down through years of sickness, y'all know where I'm coming from. You know, I ain't fucking up my dog like that. Y'all just know how they be trying to make it sound like they don't understand the shit that we do to take care of these dogs. They don't understand the shit that we go through. You know, damn dogs get treated better than your family. So there's definitely love, no cruelty in that shit. There's love in that shit. You know what I'm saying? And I just don't get it, man. So until they get that part right, fellas, stay out of the way, stay straight, stay up, be right. Okay, what you? Itty, what's up, baby? I see you. Still going hard. You are going hard, Itchy. Yeah, who was that said that? That's a good one right there. Somebody said, let's see what that say. Two gamblers and who was that? Lucky Orin. He said, Dogman versus gamblers, two different worlds. Yes, it is. And let me tell you something, man. You know, put it like this, in the air. You got a gambler and a dog man and a gambler. Gambler ain't worth a damn when it comes to take care of his dog. I'm tell you, he gonna be paying somebody to take care of that dog. He ain't gonna have time to take care of that dog. He don't care nothing about that dog, as long as that dog winning. But he gonna pay for somebody else to love that dog. That's the difference between a gambler and a dog man. A dog man love his shit. And he'll bet on his shit. But he gonna take care of shit, win or lose. Gambler, they don't give a damn. So they see a first sign of their money going out the door, they done gave up on that shit. They might as well just take him on the backyard to get rid of it, because gamblers don't love the dogs like us dog men love our dogs. You can have dogs and be a gambler and still don't understand what it feels like to have a dog that you love and that you're doing it for the love of your dog. Gamblers don't feel like that for their dogs. That's why they have nasty yards and always trying to pay somebody to go keep it cleaned up. You know, having that dog looking fucked up and not being taken care of because the gambler don't care. The gambler don't care. He'll go and grab one off the chain and do it. He just got done broken up about a week ago. He don't care if he's betting money. He feel like that dog gonna win. He gonna put his money on it. And they gonna put it right back on the chain. That's what gamblers do. Dog men don't do that shit. And you're right. Two different worlds taking up the same space. Don't forget that part, baby boy. They take up the same space. The four walls. You know what I'm saying? Four corners. Okay, Mike, I'm done. Yeah, brothers, I didn't said a lot, done a lot tonight. Came back, you still on. I know it, I'm going to get off now, man. And let me get Mike in the screen. All right. Yeah, you made it. Shout out to Make the Windmill coming on the show. Shout out to Game Breaker. Both of you guys are, you know, the doors. As long as we're doing it like this, you know, our invitation is open. Sometimes I would just like to, y'all come on and y'all do the show and I sit out and watch y'all. How about that? Uh-oh. Is this one? Break one, break one. Break one. Can y'all hear me? It just means it's on computer and hands is on. Y'all can hear me? Oh, it's 2:30? Oh my God. We still have 44 people in the room at 2:30 on a Tuesday. Y'all ought to be sharing yourself. We can't hear you, Mo, but we can hear you. Okay. All right, fellas. Hey, man, look here. Mike gonna have his next mic because I got the mic. Look, this is what we're gonna do here, fellas. It's going on 2:30. It's already past 2:30, man. I really appreciate y'all hanging out with me. Something new. Let's do this more often. I really appreciate you guys hanging out with me and hanging out with me all night tonight and shit with all the love, man. Until Friday, you know what I'm saying? I'm gonna stand up and make this perfectly clear for Mike. We always, and you know, I made a couple good scratches tonight. Y'all know that. You know, I love all y'all. You know, I fight hard. I do shake, but in the end, I'm still a gentleman. So we shake hands, make it a good evening. Make sure we all make it home safe and make it here Friday. And we make sure we always, and I mean we always, scratch to win. You know what I'm saying? In the meanwhile, let me get my thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up, thumbs up. And muscles, muscles, my roses, flinging my roses, flinging my roses. Ain't got to expect a lot of them tonight because we out late tonight. But in the meanwhile, accept the game, play the game. Love y'all. See you Friday. Peace.